I think we're good to go.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ryan. So without further ado, welcome everybody to the June 2nd, 2020 meeting of the Humboldt County Board of Supervisors pursuant to the governor's order. We are meeting via Zoom and will be for quite some time yet. I think at this point people are pretty familiar with the requirements. If you're watching on TV or on the internet, if you wish to comment during an item, please call the numbers on the screen and then press *9 if you wish to comment. I just want to say a few quick things at the beginning of the meeting. We've been delayed with the COVID presentation in the past. So what I'm going to do is we're going to do a salute to the flag, take a quick look at the modifications to the agenda, and then we'll go directly to the COVID update. At that point, we'll go to the consent agenda and on, but we're going to give the COVID update the very first section of time. So with that, I'd like to open the meeting and ask you to join me in a salute to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, everybody. Madam CAO, are there any modifications to the agenda?
Yes, Chair Fennell. Supervisor Bohn would like to pull item C26 for discussion.
Thank you. All right. With that, we're going to go directly to the update from the health officer and from executive to the director of Health and Human Services. And giving her a brand new title there, Michelle. So Dr. Frankovich, are you there? I know the sheriff is. Don't see Dr. Frankovich. Oh, there you are. So we'll wait for a minute to see if Dr. Frankovich can get on. And
she'll be there in 2 seconds.
Okay, perhaps you can start us off briefly. Director Stevens? Oh, there you are, Dr. Frankovich. Okay.
Hi, sorry, I was a guest, no not a panelist on this for a minute there. So,
oh yeah, I know.
Good morning.
Good morning, doctor.
So let me grab my numbers here for you.
Or just all the names of education. It's a guy that he had mentioned another group or some kind of meeting that he wanted to.
Okay.
Somebody's not muted.
I know. All righty. So just to update everyone, a lot happening around COVID, obviously, in the last couple of weeks, certainly. We're currently at 102 cases. I believe at the beginning of the month, we were at about 54. So it nearly doubled in the number of cases through the month of May. We have 76 people recovered, 3 deaths, and about 17 of our cases are identified as community transmission at this point. As everyone knows, when we applied for the variance for us to be able to move at our own pace locally, that was, I believe we were approved on about May 15th. And that started us on the easing of restrictions. We, at this time, have opened up retail business as well as restaurants on this past Friday. So we had about 2 weeks in between those 2 moves. And I have to say that the JIC has done an amazing job of moving through those applications along with the partners working on those. And I believe has approved more than 1,000 for opening. I think some entities, obviously that doesn't represent all of our businesses in the county, but I think some entities are choosing not to open at this time and for a variety of reasons, and I think that's perfectly fine. I did want to point out that in our variance, we identified various triggers that we're looking at in terms of monitoring conditions on the ground. And I do want to let people know that we're working hard, and what we'd like to do is be able to have these available on the website, the data. So we're just looking at some platforms to be able to do that. But when we look at it, we have our indicators at the current time look pretty favorable, especially compared to a couple of weeks ago. Our doubling time for the virus is at about 45 days. One of the metrics we use is that we should not have more than a 25% increase in cases over either a 3-day or week-to-week period. And we're currently at about 9.7%. We should not have more than 3 chains started by community transmission within a 14-day period, and we're currently at 2 to possibly a third we're looking at. And no issues with delayed detection or issues with healthcare worker infections increasing. We also look at our hospital capacity, PPE availability for hospitals as well as our nursing home facilities, and whether our contact tracing is adequate. And all those parameters, we are looking okay. Of note, the state is going to be unveiling shortly they initially were calling it a watch list. I think they've renamed it, but basically a way that they're looking at our local data and evaluating how we're looking on the ground right now. And they're using just a few parameters. One is our 14-day case rate. And by our population, we'd be allowed 34 cases in that 14-day period. And we've had, by my count, about 21. So we're within the range on that. We have to have less than 20 hospitalized patients, which we're fine on. And we have to have adequate ICU bed capacity, and there are metrics for that. So on the list that they sent out last night, a sort of preview list, we meet indicators on that for looking okay right now in terms of our data. I also want to mention that we were invited to be part of a pilot group looking at modeling for counties in the state of California, and met with them, the epidemiology group from the state, for the first time last night, or yesterday, I'm sorry, in the office, and we'll be having a follow-up meeting on Wednesday. And what they're looking for is our feedback onto some of the modeling that they're doing in terms of our local data. And I think we're an important representative in this group because we're small. And for some of the data things that they're looking at, it's difficult to use to even show us on those because of our size. And so helping to inform other metrics that could be used, I think, is important. So I'm looking forward to being part of that pilot project here. And I think the biggest things are sort of the going forward and opening. I wanted to reemphasize, as we have been generally in all the media that we're doing. I think it was confusing a bit in the last week with the governor's announcements. I think there was kind of a bit of lack of clarity in the messaging about stage 2 and 3 and what all of this means. And so we've been trying to make the message clear that what the governor's office is really doing is they are basically taking stage 2 and 3 and they're opening those up to local control as guidance is available. So the state's emphatic on the point that they are providing guidance for the various sectors. As that guidance is available through the state, it becomes something that's available to us on the local level, potentially, to open up. But that's based on local data and our local timeline for moving forward. I've also been trying to remind people that we've been talking since the beginning of this, really, about what reopening would look like and about the need to do some pacing of that. The intent from the state level and our level is not that having this buffet in front of us allows us to just have everything on the buffet all at once. We know that every action we take in terms of opening up introduces some increased level of community activity, the possibility of community transmission. And it's really important that because of the way this virus takes off and grows at an exponential rate, once it hits a certain point in the community, it's really important that we're able to monitor as carefully as we can going forward so that we don't overshoot and hit that point where we're in very rapid transmission and there's no way to really halt that. It would take several weeks to even slow it down with shelter in place. So what we want to do is be thoughtful about this, because I think being thoughtful and pacing it will allow us not to, in the best hopes, not have to take serious steps backwards, which I think we all would like to avoid. And so we are right now, again, when we got granted our variance, we began opening retail. 2 weeks later, we got as the governor opened up restaurants, that sector and provided guidance, we started opening restaurants this past Friday. I think the next item, as we go through this list of things that are available, we're trying to move from sort of lower risk entities to higher risk as we go. And so I think the next thing on the list would likely be salons and barbershops. And we're looking at that as possibly next week, probably towards the end of next week, if things look good in terms of our data. We are currently reviewing lots of applications in the JIC right now for those entities so they can be ready to go. And it's entirely possible that some additional services will be opened up as well with guidances that we'll be able to add on then after that. So I'm sure people have noticed that the governor did announce the ability for faith-based groups to meet. And that was with a limit in size of 25% of capacity or 100 individuals, whichever was lower. And a variety of other recommendations for safety in that setting. And we've really asked faith-based organizations to go online to the guidance that's provided and actually to put in a plan that we can provide feedback on, because I think it's been really valuable to a lot of businesses that have done so, and helping people sort of think through the process, because I know overall people want both their their members and the public to be safe. And so it's a good way to help do that, and the measures are not really onerous to do that. The other thing, of course, was protests of 100 people or less were allowed under the governor's order, and we have not been more restrictive than that as well. And I think those are the primary issues. The governor did emphasize that stage 4, which is sort of mass gatherings and sports with audiences and all of those things, remain in stage 4, that restrictions on travel remain at this time. And so that means the lodging for non-essential and some of those other items are still considered in stage 4. Whether that will change over time, who knows? We didn't anticipate stage 3 coming open and at this point, so anything is possible. And anyway, so we'll continue moving forward. And I don't think that there was anything else I was going to mention offhand if people have questions.
Thank you, Doctor. Any questions or comments from the board at this time? So I'd like to ask the sheriff for any comments you might have about the situation regarding the pandemic emergency.
No, not this time. I don't have anything to add. Dr. Frankovich covered all the key points. Our Emergency Operations Center is still operational, still running, and our Joint Information Center is still fully operational and doing an excellent job with pushing out information and trying to keep the public informed. And just, if there are any questions along the way, 441-5000 is the number to call. And we have highly skilled professionals that are there to answer questions and help people through this process and to assist them as necessary. And just the applications, we've got 1,342 applications, business applications to be reviewed. We approved over 1,000 of those. And so again, we have 6,500 businesses in the county, and roughly 1/6 of them have gotten received a permission to open. So that's good.
Thank you, Sheriff. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This is probably for Dr. Frankovich, and I don't even know if it's a question, but people are a little bit frustrated. Okay, there's a lot of frustration, but especially with the recent, faith-based and protests up to 100 people, and I suspect those were results of potentially legal threats of legal action on rights infringement or what have you. But when you have graduations and you have groups where there's 25 people from a small class, or you can control it, it's really hard to try to explain to people why a protest can happen or someone can gather, in a religious setting, but this event can't happen. And I'm at a loss for words because I don't have a good explanation either for people. And I'm wondering what do you tell people because I know you're getting these too, I would suspect. It's like, a small class, a small school, and not even, 100 people and they can't do it. Why are they being treated, I think they see as differently. So, and I do think, unfortunately, at the state level, this is getting more political as we see different things opening up at time frame that was not expected at all. And I know there's a lot of pressure in Sacramento, but it is really messing with how local government is able to control things on the ground level. And it's just frustrating from all standpoints. But if you could give me some good words on why this but not that, that would be great.
Dr. Mike. Okay.
I hear you, because I've been answering some of those emails as well. Basically at this time, the state has, basically put out that graduations, the options for graduations currently are virtual or drive-through or drive-in, and that's what we've communicated to the schools. I agree that there's a disconnect between some of the things that are occurring and the ability for graduations. And one of the things that we've been really pushing for to the state is really making some statement. I'm really hoping we're going to see something this week, some statement about gathering sizes in general for the community, because I think as we move forward, again, I'm sure we all remembered that when we started this, it was initially limiting gatherings, it was no more than 200, then it was no more than 150 and 10. And I think we all envisioned that coming out of this, we would do something similar, and that we would just start to ramp up the number of people who can gather at any one time. And I think some entities have looked at sort of creating these workarounds, sort of these ideas of a social bubble, maybe a group of 10 people that sort of you tend to be your main support people for your family in terms of who you see the most often, and having that as a group. And I think, we can construct that. But honestly, I think what we need is just a reasonable guideline for what makes sense. And I think we can, right now, there is no guidance, so it would be outside state. And I think it just would be much simpler if we just have a number everybody is using for consistency. And so on every call that I'm on in the last week or so, we've been voicing this issue and reaching out to sort of the top level administration at the state CDPH as well about the need to come forward with something. So I'm hoping I'll have a better answer for you shortly, Supervisor Bass. But that's kind of, I feel the same issue as you on this.
Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Maybe I missed it, but is the shelter-in-place order still in effect? May 31st passed. Our county one didn't have a date, I don't believe.
Right.
But the state one did. Has the state extended it? Where are we at on that?
That's a really good question, because I knew ours continued, and the state had specifically, the last call I was on, they said their order is still in place. The governor hasn't changed that, but you're right, that was before the 31st. So honestly, I don't know the answer to your question, but I will certainly find out, because it does add an interesting twist, doesn't it, to the situation.
It certainly does.
Yeah.
Yeah.
From our perspective, of course, what we did is the same thing as the state essentially did. Is our shelter in place continued. The recommendation of counties across, I think most of the state, if not all, have adhered to the language, many of them, of shelter in place, but just gradually increasing movement. So opening up those restrictions, but still asking people primarily to limit activities outside the home. So, but I'll check.
Okay, great. I appreciate that. Yeah, when you go out on the streets, it doesn't look like it's in place anymore.
I know.
It's getting pretty crowded out there. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and we keep talking about the governor's orders on sports. And I think we have to clarify. I think he's talking about the River Cats, the Giants, the Dodgers, and a few of those things. I'm talking youth activities. I think somewhere in here we have to figure out what the difference between a youth camp is and a youth baseball game, because most of these are set on large areas. Parents and leagues have a good idea of separation. I know there are people that don't want, and none of this is mandatory. It's perfectly voluntary. But I think as we move forward, there's a lot of people thinking about having games and putting it under the peaceful protest moniker or something.
A baseball protest.
I can't say how much I appreciate the JIC and everything else is doing. Dr. Frankovich, you're killing it. But I also have to throw out, I think we had some very peaceful protests on a very, very serious situation that needs to be addressed as a nation. And I don't think there's anywhere, since I was down here for all 3 days, I don't think there's any way I can express my gratitude to law enforcement throughout the county, and especially the way our local sheriff stepped up, kept the peace. They integrated with them. They had discussions with them, and a few bad apples created a bad situation for people trying to do a peaceful awareness protest. So I want to thank you, Dr. Frankovich, for this, and I want to thank Sheriff Hansel, Chief Watson, and the CHP stepped up. Stacy Barr, they came over because we had 2 state highways blocked, and we had serious issues. So I don't think any of that should go unnoticed, but I do think we do need to address the sports aspect, the kids aspect. I know there's a lot of controversy with it. I don't think none of the leagues are forcing kids to play. I don't think there's any pressure, but there's some of the older kids that want to play. They usually have small crowds. As it gets older, you know, I do have a recreation complex that is just begging to be used and things like that. But I would like that addressed when the governor says sports. I don't want to be bundled with Humboldt County to LA County. I don't want to be bundled with the Dodgers and Joe Blow Little League or Legion or something like that. I think there's a way to look at this, or else they're going to go out on their own, and I don't want to see that either. So again, thank you for all your hard work.
Thank you. To your point, Supervisor Bohn, my understanding is a couple things are forthcoming. The guidance on day camps, which I think will address some of these issues, and I completely agree with you. You know, the youth sports, summer sports leagues are not, I don't think is what the governor is talking about with, you know, like initially beginning like pro sports without an audience, that kind of thing. So again, all I can tell you is that, you know, when we're on calls with the state in the last week, as the stage 3 stuff especially has opened up, is asking that they provide that guidance for these sectors so that we can, you know, get people moving. Some have actually applied under childcare guidance, and because they're able to operate under childcare licensing rules. And so even though we don't really have that day camp specific guidance yet, those that can operate in a childcare model, we're going ahead and approving.
Well, through the chair, because I think one of the factors being played, and maybe we could be a leader in this, the well-being and the mental well-being, besides the physical well-being of our children. I've got my playground closed down at Redwood Fields and roped off, and things, my tot lot, everything basically shut down. But my issue comes up, these kids, basically, we need to let the horses out and run in the safest manner we can, because otherwise their health has to come into play. And we're operating at 10,000 feet. The little kids are down here going, hey, what about us? And we've shut down their schools. We've shock and awed them like they've never seen before. Basically like we've never seen before too, but I think it's more effective. So I think it's some of these things, and I'm sure you guys, but we need to almost childish down these messages and let people know, hey, we're going to tell things to kids about what we're doing, why we're doing this, and what we're going to do for you, because I worry about the children. I see it. Mm-hmm. So I know you guys are all over it, so I appreciate that.
Yeah. No, I couldn't agree more. They need some structure.
Yeah. I just want to
Director Stevens, I've kept an eye on you.
Thank
Go
you.
ahead, please.
I just want to add, Supervisor Bohn, absolutely. And we've been having conversations with folks that are trying to think how to organize a soccer camp or any other youth sports type leagues that are happening that they want to start happening. And so things like alternative programming and walking them through what that might look like, where instead of maybe, a bunch of kids descending on a soccer field playing a bunch of soccer games, maybe they have a a camp where it just looks different, where there's a smaller group of kids that can scrimmage against each other, but it's not multiple teams, for example. So we're trying, as we wait for the governor and the guidance to come out, that's why counties are strongly advocating for some kind of number, some kind of a decision around how we can work with youth organizing to get them out and interacting with each other in some safe capacity. It's going to have to be more than what it is, because we can't keep them inside like they are all day. I mean, it's becoming detrimental. So yes, but we are having
Supervisor Bohn.
Through the chair, I appreciate that more than you can imagine, because you have to understand, starting last week, we just took 6.5 hours out of their day. They're no longer Zooming in for school. They're no longer having their Zoom recesses. They're no longer having that. And there is such a void. And the idea with video games and TVs and everything else, I just fear for our children way more than I fear for me. And I think that's, a big part of our focus should be on how can we get these kids out there safely, and knowing full well that we have no idea where this thing goes, but it does affect children at a much lower level. Is one of the scenarios I hear, and according to other counties, when you look at the age groups, it's single digits or none at all. So it seems like the kids have a pretty good immune system, or maybe they just know how to take care of themselves better than us grown-ups. But I just think the mental being of our children has got to be addressed just as much as the economics right now.
Supervisor Bohn, one thing I was thinking of, Dr. Frankovich or Director Stevens, since we're waiting sometimes for some of these other categories for guidance from the state, isn't there just an overall theme behind being safe? And couldn't we be getting ideas from Little League or any other groups that want to eventually be given the go-ahead? Couldn't they be putting their plans together already? And what would you say would be the thread that they should address? I mean, we talk about social distancing, masks, those kind of things. I mean, how can we give people some idea of how to prepare so that they can move forward as soon as possible?
Yeah. And Supervisor Fennell, I think for a lot of these entities, they're typically part of like a state or national sort of association for the youth sports types of programs. And so I think they actually are getting guidance and information from a lot of their organizations, and have some thoughts. And again, because we just recognize the need both for childcare and for kids to be doing things over the summer, we've sort of, again, tried to, sort of move these under childcare so that we could get some of them up and operational, but some of them are not going to be able to fit sort of that childcare model. And for that, we do need sort of the formal launch to get them going. But I honestly, I think it's something we're going to be seeing this summer for the kids. I don't think that's an issue. I think we just need to see that guidance come out so that we can get some of that moving. And again, it may look a bit different as you're suggesting in terms of how we mix groups, and maybe kids aren't going to be traveling to other counties to have games and things like that. But within the county, I think we should be able to do quite a bit.
We are referring them to the childcare guidance from the state and from CDC. So there is really good information out there about hand washing. It's just they have to fit it with how they could envision their soccer camp or their baseball camp or something like that, and how it would actually work, getting kids to show up and wash hands, or is there a bathroom on site, or can they use hand sanitizer? They obviously can't play sports wearing masks, right? But maybe the adults could if they're not engaging in the activity with them, things like that. So we are referring to that guidance, and they're doing a really good job in the conversations that I've had with folks in thinking kind of outside the box of how it could look when the time comes for them to be able to do something like that. But yeah, there is the childcare guidance. That's a really good starting point for people.
Great, thank you. If there's no further comments from the board, I'd like to open this up to public comment. Ryan, do we have anybody wishing to address this item?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do.
Thank you. So for those who are watching or participating either via computer or on TV, you need to turn your that sound down, and you need to press *9 on your phone. And after you call the numbers on the screen, and we'll put you in the queue. So Ryan, do we have our first caller ready? Yes, we do.
Good morning, Thomas Mulder. Can you hear me through?
Yes, Thomas, good morning.
Good morning. Hi, I just wanted to clarify on what Rex was talking about. I really agree that the kids are going through a lot of anxiety about not being able to play sports and do other social gatherings. I would like to encourage you to be able to figure out a way to allow summer baseball leagues and any other activities that kids could social distance. I mean, basketball may be a little challenging, but baseball, you're pretty well spread out most of the time. And I will tell you, I know it's happening in other parts of the state. There's actually motorcycle races taking place that I actually originally planned on taking my son to, but because of highways being closed down randomly, I'm passing on that now. But just I really like where Rex is going with this, thinking about the kids and stuff like that, but also thinking safety. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Are there any further comments from the public on this item?
Estelle, Ken Sawatsky, top of the morning to everybody.
Good morning.
Again, what Thomas just said, ditto. What Rex said, ditto. The biggest stat that I have not heard any testing of, maybe I missed it during the presentation, is have the children been tested to see if they've already contracted this virus and now have immunity, whatever immunity they can have. I'm guessing they have. That's why they're not catching it. I don't think their immune systems are that much different than somebody who's 22 years old or 30 or whatever. But we may have no problem out there as far as totally cutting the kids loose entirely, especially within our county. And it has to happen because you're going to have obesity problems. I'm totally aware and have seen it in many children where they get addicted to the video games and the TV, and their life is basically, I don't know, it's a lifetime addiction. I've seen it firsthand. So these are so worrisome. We have the perfect place to get out there, and I encourage I'll be quite direct. I'm pretty well over the whole virus syndrome here. We're going to have the experimental be done. We had Memorial Weekend. Within the next 2 weeks, I think we will be able to tell whether everybody's saying it's going to be the end of the world happened or not. And I understand we have to mosey through this thing, but let's mosey quicker and let's get some testing out there to see how many people, how much immunity the herd, especially the herd of the smaller people, have come to be. These are numbers that should be out there. We should know. And if we don't have a concern amongst this group, we don't have a concern, and that's the end of it. Let's get that testing done, please.
Thank you. Any further public comment on this item?
Yes.
Ryan?
Hi. This is. Hello.
Good morning. Yes.
Good morning, Estelle. This is Uri Driscoll. Well, I need to back up Rex on this too. And I appreciate your comment, Rex, about horses in the barn. They got to get out. I know my horses need to get out and get that exercise, and kids do too. I think that we have an incredible atmosphere here to, the fresh air and sunshine. I cannot imagine anything better than that for kids. And although there's slightly difference, I was looking at the numbers that have been put out there by the county. And, so far we've tested about 6,000 people, and of the positives, out of 6,000, it is at 1.6%. So that's pretty amazing. Out of a population of 135,000, the positive cases are 0.07%.
someone's totally welcome to check my math on this, but and the deaths, while it's tragic to lose anyone, no matter what their age necessarily, the deaths per population is 0.0015%. So I think we have a little bit of room to kind of, let the horses out, so to speak. And our hospitals are prepared if we happen to do have a resurgence. I think we're prepared to deal with that, and we can back it off. But this is summertime. This is time where we all get our exercise, we get outside, we enjoy our community, like is the reason we live here, to enjoy the community and all the activities that take place. So anyway, I'd like to, move forward with enabling that to happen. So thank you all very much for all the work you're doing, and we'll talk later. Bye for now.
Thank you, Uri. Any further public comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment.
Thank you, Ryan. So I'll bring it back to the board. Any further comments or input from the doctor or the sheriff?
I was just going to add in response to one of the comments. We actually are going to put this data out there, but we have gotten results from about a little over 1,000 individuals who had serology done, the antibody testing. Now, it's not a random sample of individuals, so and it doesn't represent all areas of the county. So we don't have necessarily a lot of geographic variation, but as a first pass, we have data on over 1,000 people who were tested, and it looks like our prevalence of presence of antibodies is somewhere around 1%, maybe to 1.5%. And so that suggests that about 98.5% to 99% of the population are not immune or do not have antibodies to this virus at this time. Now, again, it's got limitations because it's not random sampling, but it's still a pretty good sample size. So I just think it suggests the idea that a lot of us have wondered, were some of the things we had in the wintertime COVID, or some of the things we had that were kind of mild COVID, at least from what we have so far, it suggests that that probably the vast majority of us, of course, are not immune to this.
Supervisor Bohn?
And everything I read, and I mean, you read everything, and so it's like a ping pong game. It goes from both sides, and everybody's got an opinion. But even if you have had it, is it proven that you're immune? I mean, has that even been? That has not been established. No. So I'm thinking, even if you do the antibody, I think it may be a sense of false security, and I think that worries me. And then the other, and I see you nodding your head, so I guess that's affirmative. But the other thing I'm wondering, is there, and it's hard to do since this is a winter-borne started disease, is are we looking at dine-in restaurants and an outdoor street fair any different, knowing how the air inside a restaurant is still, and it can carry when you're outside and there's more places to spread out? Is there less chance of getting it in the spread out area? Because I go back to little things like even the 3,300 people that showed up at the Cottonwood Rodeo and Shasta, I mean, there's still no increases over there. So I'm wondering if there's anything to do with any data that's being run on. I mean, that was a pretty good case in point for us up here. I firmly believe New York and LA and everything else, where we should all be using mass transit. I'm pretty happy, I guess, we weren't up here when this all happened. I think that may have been a driver too, and that's just a theory. But I'm just saying, have they tested outside, inside? So it's two different scenarios.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're exactly right. I mean, outside is generally felt to be lower risk, just because we know that the increased ventilation and all of that is helpful. And so I think even when I was doing an interview the other day, I mentioned for those who are higher risk individuals, and we're asking them to kind of protect themselves more when they're making choices about where to do things. Things that are offered outdoors are probably a bit safer, and so might be a better option for that. In terms of the issue about immunity, you're right, Supervisor Bohn, we can test for antibodies, but we really haven't had COVID around long enough to know whether they confer immunity, and if they do, for how long. And so there's a presumption that people who had COVID and we've tested them and they've had it, that they do probably have some immunity for a period of time, but nobody has confidence in how that long that is yet. And so we're watching that carefully, and a lot of research going into looking at these guys and following long-term to see whether they get repeated infections.
So my question in terms of, trying to figure out where we stand here in Humboldt County, some of the statistics say contact to known cases, and then there's community spread. Can you explain the difference between contact to known cases and community spread? Because it seems that the more cases you get, everything is going to be a contact to a known case.
Sure. Well, that kind of goes to the chains of transmission that we have. So when we identify a case, the first question that any of us ask is, are they part of our case investigation, one that we have going on right now? Are they related to a case we already know about? Because those individuals where we can identify that they are a household member or close contact of someone that we're already aware of, those are not what we consider community transmission. Those are contacts of a known case. And individuals where we get a positive result, and when we do the investigation, we cannot find anybody, any sort of linked circles of people who have interacted, or places they've been at the same time, a party they attended together, in a place of employment they worked at. We can't find a common link between them. And so those go in our table as community transmission. Those cases generally are of more concern in the sense that they suggest sort of the underlying transmission that's occurring in the community, and how active the virus is. The ones that are linked to cases demonstrate to us how easy it is to pass person to person. And we have some cases where we start with one. We may have 50 or 60 people in the quarantined, and we may have 9 people, 10 people who become ill in that group. So that's where our contact investigation comes in, because if we're able to identify a case quickly and we can quarantine all the people who've had close contact, we can keep those folks from continuing to spread it throughout the community. So those two things kind of go hand in hand.
So with that in mind, it seems like the community spread number has stayed pretty steady. Around 17 is the last number I saw. So that's a good sign in a way, right?
It is a good sign in a way that it's just ticking up gradually. And again, when we look at sort of triggers for what's worrisome, it's when we see multiple sort of community transmission cases occurring within a short time frame that we can't link together. And that suggests the virus overall is getting much more active within the community.
Okay, good. Are there any further questions for the doctor or for Sheriff Hansel? Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. Oh, just a note. I'm trying to use the hand up thing function, and I'm just wondering if you can see that, Chair.
I can.
Okay.
I can, but it's a lot easier for me to just ask you to put your hand up, because I'm monitoring the screen all the time. Thank you.
All right, I'll use that then as the way to move forward. So as you know, we've been talking about the familial and cultural aspects of how we're going to move forward, and I'm glad we're emphasizing that more now, because it's been something that's been definitely from my constituency very, very important. And certainly as summer is coming up, this issue of camps has been a big deal. And I think I want to emphasize and re-emphasize the childcare model that's being proposed as a the modified childcare model. And so I've been talking to camps and other places that have had summer programs, and really encouraging them to look into that. And even on the sports realm, I think we all need to promote creativity in how these things are moving forward. the models of how these sports function may be a bit different for a while, and we never know. It's quite possible that new games come out of the other side of this that become very popular as we figure out, ways to manage these smaller groups. And I think, whoever invents the cool new game using these same products that we've had in the past, maybe become famous in the future and have something named after them. So I think we all need to be part of that change. I want to say that too, that I don't know if the result of looking at one event like a rodeo in another place or one protest is a great gauge, considering if you're in a community that doesn't have a lot of positives in its current context. It's when you have them over and over and over again, and you're not, and that's when the problems really start to happen. And so I don't think looking at one event as an example of why we would have many events they're not really connected. And I want to just point that out. But more than that, I think I'm glad that we're finally here. The pressure of summer is coming in terms of kids. And for those of us who have had, I guess I'm the only supervisor that has a kid living in my house, understanding that those of us who are privileged enough to have options for summer camps and those sorts of things, now we're starting to understand what it is for families that have never had that or have had that struggle all the time. In terms of having working families. And so I'm hoping that we're able to expand even beyond this crisis, the ability for more kids to be able to access these programs. So that's all.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Doctor?
I was just going to chime in, Supervisor Wilson. It's a really good point, is that how dangerous these events are. We know that mass events are a huge potential for spreading virus. There's just no question about that. And you can look to national headlines all over to see evidence of that. The difference, you're right, is that it depends how much virus is circulating at the time. And so as we move forward and we have more and more virus that's just out there, as we're mixing more and all of that, the potential for these gatherings to develop more and more cases just increases. And so it's the gatherings themselves are not without risk. It just depends on the climate on the ground at the time.
Right. Thank you, Doctor. I would just end by saying a very big thank you to you and also to Sheriff Hansel for stepping up. And with regard to the weekend's events and the protests, etc., I want to recognize how well I believe that was handled here in Humboldt County. And thank the sheriff and Chief Watson, and also the people who recognize the power of peaceful protest. In the final analysis, it's a lot more powerful. And so thank you to all of you for the work you're doing. Appreciate it. So we'll go on with the rest of the meeting now. And the first item we'll have before us is the consent agenda. And I do want, just as we're getting ready for that, to remind people that we have another time certain today, and that is closed session at noon. But apart from that, we're going forward now on the agenda. We have the consent agenda, and there was one item removed, item C26, and I'll entertain a motion on the rest.
I move that we approve the consent agenda minus C26.
Second.
The motion and a second. Any public comment on the consent agenda?
Estelle Kansawatsky, thank you for pulling item C26. That's great. I did want to make mention on item C25. Section 6 reads as follows. Partway through the paragraph, district at a rate equal to the gross pool rate the district is earning for the same period, plus liquidity fee, no to exceed. What is a no to exceed? So you've got a typo in there. I would correct that since it is a resolution. And that being noted, I am strongly supporting the ability during this time for our schools to borrow the money from this situation that they have here, or use the money that you're enabling them to have. I can see this happening in all kinds of different districts and things. And again, it's the time when these kind of leeways we have must be done to keep things like our schools ongoing. So I recommend you correct that typo in there. And it says exceed 15 basis points. There's no space between 15 and the basis. You correct that one also, please. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on your consent items today.
Thank you, Kent. Any further comment on the consent agenda?
Yes, Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me?
Yes, Thomas, good morning.
Good morning. I was commenting on, I believe, I have my notes, item 17, the storm damage repair. I just wanted to say thank you for getting that forward. I as owning a house right in Bembo on the East Branch of the Eel River, some of those storm damages have actually greatly impacted the environment, and it's one of the things I've been talking about. It'd be nice to see the county hold the same standards as cannabis farmers are held to. So it would be really, really nice for all those salmon that try to spawn in that East Branch of the Eel River to have this repair done. And then on item, I believe it's 23, it's the night vision things for the sheriff's department. I'd just like to note if there's any way possible to purchase anything locally. I did notice a new Kubota skid steer tractor towed by a sheriff's department in my venture to town last week, and it had a Garden Tractor sticker on it. So unfortunately, the sheriff's department probably didn't buy something locally. When we're talking about supporting our economy locally, let's try to buy as many things local as possible. Thank you for my opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Thomas. Any further public comment on the consent agenda?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment.
Great. Thank you, Ryan. Bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
I will amend my motion that any and all typos that staff finds on any part of the consent agenda, that they please, that those get corrected.
Seconder is fine.
Thank you. And thank you to Kent for reading that so carefully. Appreciate that. With that, Ryan, we have the motion on the floor. Can you take a roll call, please?
Yes, Chair Fennell. We'll start with Supervisor Bohn.
Bingo.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yep.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes
Thank you,
5-0.
Ryan. So that will bring us to item C26, removed from consent. And I know that Supervisor Bohn had concerns about this, and I also heard from Kent on it. And I have asked Treasurer Tax Collector to also be on hand to discuss that. Did you want to say something in advance, Supervisor Bohn, or just hear from Mr. Bartholomew?
I think anytime something pops forward for $50 million, no matter where we're getting it or how we're spending it, I'd like a little more clarification. And I understand we need things for things in the future, but I'm also wondering, even on some of these capital improvements that we've approved, I'm wondering how much we should rein them in for a little bit to find out where we land after this COVID. We don't know where we're going with this. We don't know what our losses are going to be. And we've approved a lot of projects. I mean, almost $20 million worth I'm here, and I know we're under court. You know, well, we're not under it anymore, but we'll be back under it if we don't keep moving forward on our ADA issues. But there are some pretty big items on here that maybe we haven't had before, and maybe we can slow up and just till we get out of this. So we're in a position for our employees and for the economic health of our county. I don't know if it's time to be, I think it's time to be pulling back rather than having a piggy bank.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I'll toss it to Mr. Bartholomew. Good morning, John.
Morning, Chair Fennell, fellow board members and staff. I will not address Supervisor Bohn's comments just because my job is to facilitate financing for the county. And so that is why I brought forward this agenda item, which is basically a reinstatement of an interim period financing plan, which we had established back in 2016, which has proven to be a very cost-effective method of paying for projects as the money is needed versus paying for it all up front, because it's a way to greatly reduce any interest costs that are associated with borrowing money. So as far as what projects are funded and that sort of thing, that is totally up to the board. And one clarification that I'd like to put forth, though, relative to the staff report is recommendation number 5, which I would like to amend. First, I will read what it says currently, and it says, authorize the county administrative officer or designee to fund capital improvement projects in accordance with the 2020 finance plan on an as-needed basis without further action of the board. And I would like to change that, if I could, to state, authorize the county administrative officer or designee to prioritize funding of board-approved projects with the 2020 finance plan on an as-needed basis without further action of the board. Because that, in my mind, clarifies the intent of that recommendation. Is strictly to fund already approved board items from the CAO's office to prioritize that funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
Thanks, John, because I think that's maybe the reason I got so many phone calls on this from so many people. And just for clarification, that's item number 3. That's not item number 5, I believe. It's recommendation 3 on my paperwork. So I think that's the one that brought up most of the angst in a lot of people, that those weren't board approved items. And even though we have board approved items out there, we're going to have to tighten our belts for a while, I think. And you've done a really great job on helping so many people with the tax issues. And I know we have to still pay the schools, that was on earlier and things like that. But I appreciate that. But I think that was the concern a lot of people had, that it was just going to be monies available, and the CAO's office, who does a marvelous job and has been over the top in this COVID crisis too, but fully aware that we need to have probably more input. Not saying we get it right at all, but I'm just saying I think that's what had people worried.
Yeah. And another clarification I'd like you to make, Mr. Bartholomew, is that we're not talking about a bond here, because I have heard concerns about that.
No, this is basically internal financing, and how it works is the county is in fact buying a security which is matched up with 3-year maturities in the bond market right now. And that's why part of this agenda item is to approve a contract with Raymond James, who does the market rate analysis for the county on a specific date and based on a 3-year maturity treasury. And so what we do then is any money that is borrowed from the pool, we use that market rate amount, and then we add 50 basis points, which is 0.5%, which is to the benefit of the pool participants, because we're not doing it out of the goodness of our hearts. My position as the manager of the treasury pool, per your delegating authority to my position, is to manage the pool for safety, liquidity, and yield being that component with the draws that we would make to the county through this program, is to add a little bit more return to the pool participants. So it's really in everyone's best interest to participate with this type of program versus buying bonds from the marketplace, because then the money leaves the county and other people are collecting that interest. In this case, the county pool is actually generating some interest from the money that is loaned to the county through this program.
Right. Thank you. Thank you very much. Any further discussion from the board on this item?
I'd like to make a motion.
Go ahead, Supervisor Bohn.
I'd like to make a motion to move C26, and I want to thank everybody for the thorough explanation that out of the confusion.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Public comment.
Okay. I have a, as a seconder, I just want to say that I'm actually glad that this was pulled as well, because maybe we could have another conversation about the direction we're taking some of these things, obviously not as part of this agenda item, but in things that are coming up. I recognize the anxiety people would have and Supervisor Bohn on this list that we see in this agenda item, and what are those priorities and what are those timelines too, because we have to, when we're managing the funding of all of these things as they move forward, when they happen is as important as how they happen. And so I'm hoping that we will have another discussion at some point about some of these and figure that out. So thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Billingsley.
Yes, Chair. I just want to clarify, does the motion include the treasurer's modification to item number 5?
Right.
I believe it's item number 5, if I may, through the chair.
Yeah.
Yes, it is.
Through the chair as the seconder, it is item number 5 on the thing, and it's on the report, and it's authorized the county administrative officer or designee to prioritize funding capital improvement projects in accordance with the 2020 finance plan and an as-need basis without further action.
All right, I apologize. I'm looking at recommendation 3, so I don't know why mine's. Anyway, all right. Yeah, I'm good.
There's confusion because there's a set of recommendations on the first page, and then there's a set of recommendations on the third page. So
I'm good with 1 through 12.
All right. CAO Nielsen, sorry.
Thanks. I just wanted to reinforce something that Supervisor Bohn said. Some of these projects, while all of these are board approved projects, some of them are already in progress. So pulling back now wouldn't necessarily be recommended. However, there are several that haven't been started yet, like the airport restaurants, the community resource or the corrections resource center. While that a lot has already gone into that, that is a discussion item that I do think should come back to your board. And I do think the budget ad hoc could have that discussion and potentially bring back some recommendations and a timeline. So I do appreciate that. And I think that's a nice way to move forward as we look at the budget impacts of COVID-19.
Thank you. Yeah, I think, to prioritize and as needed, those two go well together. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I too want to thank Supervisor Bohn for pulling the item. And I also believe we need to proceed very fiscally conservative approach here. So whatever we can do to reconsider certain things we haven't started, I appreciate that input there, Amy. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, I'll go to Ryan. Oh, did I ask for public comment on this? I didn't. Can we have public comment on this?
Estelle Kinslowski. Yeah, I was stirring the pot, obviously, on this one. I really appreciate you pulling this. The problems I have with this a little bit is why didn't we take this action prior to these projects being started? We're halfway through them and we don't have much choice, apparently. I thought those things were being paid for as we went. I guess maybe they weren't. The biggest problem that I have is, what is your exit strategy? They keep in the staff report, it keeps referring to permanent financing. Let's see. Ultimately, the county intends to issue up to $50 million in tax-exempt borrowing, and then parentheses and brackets, the permanent financing. You take out the program. why aren't we issuing the permanent financing at this time? When I engage in a project in the private sector, I get a construction loan. This sounds like about a 3-year construction loan package you're putting together. But what happens if there is no market and nobody's willing to invest in the county's bonds at that time? I'll be quite honest with you. Unless I was looking at paying 10 cents on the dollar for those bonds, I wouldn't be investing in those. So we have something, I think COPs is mentioned in here, and a few other things regarding prior financing and things. Just the taxpayers would really like to see have not just a go into strategy, but a definitive exit strategy that we know the money will be there. I think we had the down south, one of our largest beautiful motels down there got through with this project, and he found he did not at that time have a guarantee on a loan for a takeout loan. Well, you're in the same position here, and I really like the term fiscally responsible. I like hearing that. I like looking at these things. My understanding is you do have a whole bunch of money to pay back if you do back out of one of these projects, and I think it was maybe it's the Corrections Resource Center. We've already spent state funds, which we'd have to go back. I do want to thank John for his time. I lost a lot of my angst when my understanding was that the county approximately has something like $100 million of their money in this pool, and we wouldn't be taking money from the school or something to borrow against. But I still do have a problem. And the biggest problem is you don't have a definitive exit strategy here. And I would not take out a construction loan without knowing that I could cover that in the end. So that's just my advice. And I appreciate you willing to we look at these projects. And part of what our problem is, brick and mortar is probably going away as far as a lot of facilities go, such as the Garberville mini complex. Things will be done online now, and things will be done in the cloud. So maybe we can look at funding some of those technological improvements also that we need to make things happen. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this item.
Thank you. Any other comment on this item? See none, I'll bring it back to the board and go to Ryan for a roll call on that item.
There is further public comment, Chair Fennell.
Oh, there is, sorry, go ahead. Welcome.
This is Katie Sharp, and I don't know if your budget constraints discussion is including the F and Oak accident corner near Grant Elementary, but I do have a comment about the waste of money for that.
Thank you.
Okay, so
I don't believe it's part of this, but I could be wrong. Maybe C.L. Nielsen could tell us. Yes.
That's another item, Chair Fennell.
That's the one. That's our budget item. That's the budget item, Katie.
I'm happy to speak later.
Stop sign.
Yeah.
So I'm happy to speak later.
Thank you, Katie. Yeah, it will be coming later on. It is from the County Administrative Officer, the proposed fiscal year budget. Thank you. Any further comment on this item? Okay.
That concludes.
So let's do a roll call on that then, Ryan, please.
Yes, Chair Fennell. We'll start with Supervisor Bohn.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass.
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone.
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson.
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell.
Yes. Thank you.
Passes.
Thank you, Ryan. So now we go to the next part of our agenda. This is from the Board of Supervisors. We have a couple of items. The first one coming from Supervisor Wilson, and I'm signed on to that as well. I'll toss it to Supervisor Wilson, but I will say before I invite you to comment on this, Supervisor, is I signed on to this as coming out of a meeting of the Prosperity Network and a group of people, Eureka Main Street, etc. And we were looking at modifying encroachment requirements for local restaurants to make it easier for them to do outdoor dining and that kind of thing. I didn't anticipate the breadth of this item as you presented. Just want to make that clear that that's where my interest is focused at this time.
Okay.
Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Supervisor Fennell. I apologize if there was any misunderstanding in this, but it's not, this item is purely for discussion only. I'm not anticipating any particular direction to staff other than having open ears and open minds to ideas that may come from the public on this. So what we're seeing in the country, around the world, and even in jurisdictions within our own county are ideas and concepts on how to more flexibly, in a more flexible way, use outdoor spaces that we may normally use as sidewalks, parking, roads, and I suppose other things too, in order to expand the safety by which some businesses may operate, by which some recreational and cultural activities may operate, and those sorts of things. And so there have been ordinance changes, at least in temporary, in some cases around the country, even moving into permanent, to help facilitate some of those things. And so as restaurants are restricted to their ability to maybe have indoor seating to 25 and 50%, there may be opportunities for them to have things outside. And same with businesses. And it's not just those things, but also understanding that maybe in order to make customers feel comfortable in those spaces or attract them, being outside might be something they would consider. And I would even put forward that some salons and other places have taken over some of their parking areas to try and figure out ways to creatively address some of these issues. And so what I wanted to just put out there was some examples and some resources for the public to be able to talk about that, and then have us be open to those ideas as we move forward, but not necessarily to mandate anything in the current context. And so that's where I'm starting with. I know that, or I'm hoping that Scott Adair is on the phone, is on the line here today with us, and maybe he is or isn't. Let me look on here. Scott, you there?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I'm here. Can you hear me okay?
Well, barely.
Yes, we can. Yeah.
I'll get closer to the mic.
Yes.
And the reason I'm asking Scott to be part of this conversation is he's our economic development person. And so I wanted to check in with him and see what he's seeing on this. And then I also have a very short slide show of some slides of examples of what we've seen around the country and even locally already that we're seeing in some of these changes. So go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, so this conversation came about in part from meetings that we have been having with the chambers of commerce and the Main Street associations and the business improvement districts, and taking feedback that they are getting from the businesses in their districts and in their jurisdictions under their purview. And the overall feedback has been a lot of our policies and regulations concerning how businesses can use public spaces. Those policies and regulations were created pre-COVID, and now, considering COVID and some of the restrictions on activities that have been put into effect as per the public health officer's guidance, do we need to revisit some of those policies and those procedures for how businesses can use public space? And it really just is a conversation starter. What those are, how long they last, I think it's all open for discussion. And I would recommend that you certainly involve the other jurisdictions. I know that the city of Eureka is currently looking at making modifications to their encroachment process. I believe that the city of Arcata is actually on this call today, hoping to provide some public input on this process. But I think that we can involve our planning and building team, elected officials, the county COVID policy team, and just start having a discussion around, in order to help promote businesses and to resume commerce and trade in Humboldt County so that we can boost economic activity, can we or should we make some changes to the way businesses can operate in those public zones?
Yeah. And if I may, I have a short slide presentation just to give a framework for the future, our discussion. And Ryan has it queued up, I think. Do you got that queued up for me, Ryan? All right, start from the beginning. So these are just examples of things that have been happening since COVID has started in other places. And then I also have one example in Humboldt County. So this is an example of outdoor dining that's happening in places. This is in Cincinnati. Next slide, Ryan. Next slide, Ryan. Here's a streetscape being used. So where we have here's a store, a food store, and they have some of their items out for sale. Again, using some of these spaces where if people are feeling unsafe going inside. Next slide. So a little slow. Temporary sidewalk extension. So where people are actually getting out into the street with their businesses, sometimes need some more space, of course, taking into account your ADA widths and those sorts of things, but just giving people more space in those common areas. Next slide. Next slide, Ryan. Again, offering some more space to people in places where you want to get, where you need that. They're actually putting in food pickup priority parking areas. So you're actually taking parking areas and putting them in and making them for food pickup priority is another way of doing it. Next, Ryan. Especially as people are getting out more and more and driving. This is going to be, this may be an issue if curbside is still very popular for pickup. Next. Next slide, Ryan. Another thing that people are doing or in places, and this is, I don't think we have any stop signs in the county or stoplights in the county that have crosswalks, except for, I guess, McKinleyville, is just putting them permanently on crosswalks so that people don't have to touch the buttons and it's permanent. This is an example of basically many, go back to the one before, sorry. It's a little awkward. We'll have to try this a little differently next time. This is an example of in many places around the country, and like we mentioned before, many cities and neighborhoods, and there's probably hundreds of them, and we're probably verging on probably over 1,000 miles in the country now, where certain neighborhoods have blocked off to free traffic because, again, we've been talking about earlier, like where are kids going to play, what are they going to do, that we're going into summertime zone. And, if you want to keep them closer to home, but have open places where people can ride bikes and those sorts of things, this is what we're talking about, or what people have been talking about in terms of closing neighborhood streets to through traffic. That doesn't mean through people that are actually there. And so there's some talks about that around. Next slide, Ryan. I can see you clicking it, just takes a while. This is what I was talking about, cutting hair. There's places that have taken some of their salon activities into outdoor parking areas. This is an example of that. And the last slide, Ryan. Sorry about the awkward slowness of this. I just took this picture this morning. This is Los Bagels in Arcata, taking over parking area, which again is part of, it's required in the current permit context that they provide parking as part of their business. And and it is in many places. And so as we have a lot of parking areas in the county, we can talk about McKinleyville and Willow Creek and Garberville and Redway and other places. And so it's not necessarily saying that this is what has to happen. The idea is that offering this discussion to businesses to just kind of, giving permission for creative thinking, I guess, is really what this conversation is about. And so I just want to promote that and get that out there, so that as businesses are trying to figure out their way and navigate through these issues, to because we're often stuck in the constructs of the laws and regulations that we've lived with for so long that we just think that they are. And sometimes we have to shake it a little bit to kind of break free of some of those constructs. And that's all I'm asking for in the discussion today. And I'm ready to take public comment on that, or whatever, a board discussion. That's the end of my presentation. I know Colin Fisk from Citizens for Transportation Alternatives, or whatever his organization is, I can't remember right now, is on the line. And I know the city of Arcata and possibly the city of Eureka also have maybe experience and comment on this as well. That's it for me.
So thank you, Supervisor Wilson. And as I said, we brought this forward. It basically came out of a conversation involving, it was like a check-in from the Prosperity Network, but we had Scott there, we had Eureka Main Street, etc. A lot of what you're talking about obviously applies to the city, so this is not just a county thing, but we do have the unincorporated areas, and we have the outer parts of the city that are in the unincorporated areas. I think what we're looking at here basically is that during this time, encroachment permits that would normally apply might not, can we talk with the planning department? Can we figure out a way that at least during the COVID, these kind of activities can happen without the typical restrictions? And of course, it'd have to be a check-in, because otherwise it would be pretty chaotic out there. So does anyone else on the board want to talk before we open this up for other commenters? Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I think any way we can help the restaurants, I need to be, before we start having planning, building, the JIC and everybody come to these meetings and this public input and everything else, what's the breadth of it? I'm sitting here and I've got a pretty good understanding of the county. There's not a whole bunch of public parking spaces in Garberville. I don't have a lot out in Cutton. Most of these issues are faced in the incorporated areas who are doing a job. And I think we could do something as simple as rubber stamp the use with the other people. If it's a public parking lot, there's other businesses that are going to be affected. And I see your curbside pickups at a few incorporated and unincorporated people, and they seem to be working well. But when you mention things concerning changes to land use, it kind of brings up going, whoa, what do you mean? What are we doing land use? We're not talking land use. And then as far as closing streets, I know what I've done in my neighborhood most every time is put slow kids ahead and everything else. I don't know who's putting up all the signs, taking down the signs, because somebody has to take them down at the end of the night so you have staff on. And if you're going to change people's traffic patterns, I kind of look at Henderson and Broadway. I've seen 3 accidents in the last 2 weeks because people still can't figure out that northbound lane can't turn left on Broadway. So they all narrow down to one lane. And I mean, that's signed up to be no tomorrow. So trying to change people's traffic patterns. So I know the intent is to get more cars off the road. That sounds great. We can all bicycle to dinner, and I think that's great. I just don't know where, if we're just trying to help the restaurants without any other factor here. I'm trying to think where the issue, and Estelle, you'd have a good place, Redway, maybe at the cafe there, but I think they're already dining outside without any issues. Yeah. Mm-hmm. I don't know if we're gonna, it sure sounds good inside, but I really, before we spend all these meetings and public input and time and get everybody wound up and then COVID's over, hopefully in 3 months or now or whenever, how long do we expect this to go? And like I said, this sounds great, looks great, feels great. I just don't know what the application actually is.
So I'd like to, thanks Supervisor Bohn. I think also looking at public works, basically, because I know, for instance, when we're looking at downtown Garberville in the future, there is the concept of having outdoor dining if that, the downtown is redesigned. It's a kind of a lengthy process right now to be able to put tables out there. So that's one of the things that you can look at. And I don't know about McKinleyville, for instance, what situations there. But generally, again, I would reiterate, this is mainly something that's in the incorporated areas more than anything. Any other comments before we put it to public comment, which will include some of the people that Supervisor Wilson mentioned? Again, Supervisor Bohn and then Supervisor Madrone.
And I really appreciate the pictures and everything else. I went over most of the names on the businesses, and even Berkeley runs about 12 degrees warmer than we do than the ambient temperature throughout the summer, because we get a lot of fog, wind, and we get to a blistering 64 degrees down to 61 in the evenings. It worries me that with outside dining, boy, we get a lot of propane heaters, and then I know that those are deathly on the environment. So are we trading one thing for another? So I'm sorry I didn't say that earlier. That was in my notes. If we're going to weigh everything, we need to weigh everything.
Yeah. Just remember, this is part of an emergency response type thing. Supervisor Madrone.
Yes, Madam Chair. I want to thank you and Supervisor Wilson for bringing this forward. I absolutely agree that we need to be being creative and trying to figure out how to help our businesses in creative ways. So I support these concepts. I understand Supervisor Bohn's concerns. There's always impacts in each direction, but I do think this is a great way to go. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Okay. If there's no further comment, I'm going to open it up to. Now, I do see Director Mattson. Did you want to say something, Director Mattson?
Yeah,
I see you.
we were not included in any of this, and almost everything you're talking about falls under Public Works, and we do have abilities to. We're open to any suggestion. We've had none specific as of yet, but we are open to helping the businesses out by, we can waive encroachment requirements under my authority for short periods of time in concert with CHP. So if anybody has an idea, I would encourage them to include Public Works, because you want to start with us if you want something done with the encroachment. You don't want to get all the way down the line and then find out you can't do it for a safety reason. So I would encourage anybody that wants to do something like this to get a hold of Public Works immediately, and let's start a discussion.
Thank you very much, Director Mattson. That's great. Thank you. Any further comment from staff? Okay, let's go to public comment at this point. Ryan, I believe we do have people waiting to talk on this item.
Estelle, Kent Sawatsky, can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you, Kent.
Oh, good. Yeah, this is an interesting topic. It's an awful lot of work to go through, probably for a short-term thing, other than the restaurants. We really aren't as conducive. I mean, when you're down in the Bay Area, they have some, 12 or 16 foot wide sidewalks. A lot of our sidewalks in areas are relatively narrow, as I recall, in areas. I've seen them do some bulb outs and things in Eureka. Like you're saying, I think most of it is actually in the municipalities. And when you look at McKinleyville, a good share of their restaurants are on the main drag. And of course, the main drag there is set back. I mean, there isn't, the sidewalks are not in front of the businesses are what Steve could tell you, 30 feet or so off the roadway. So they have their own parking lots, I guess, to do there, but I don't see the need within the county. I think this is more of a city issue. And when it comes to blocking off roadways to only people who live there, I don't think that is really what could be, you want private gated communities for everybody or something? I don't really get that at all as far as changing traffic patterns. And again, I strongly support anything starting off with Tom Madsen, because these things are health, safety, and welfare issues. I know there's an agenda to get rid of all the cars, and that probably won't happen in Humboldt County because we are rural, we're sprawled, we will be using our vehicles, and we need to have, I've seen in Arcata, there's been talk about closing down the plaza to traffic and things of that nature. I don't think the businesses feel that's viable from what I've heard, but I think it's a municipality rather than a county situation should be dealt with mostly by other than the restaurants. Do what you can for those people. Thank you for my opportunity to comment on this.
Thank you, Ken. And next caller.
Hi, this
Welcome.
is Colin Fifth. Hi.
Good
morning.
Good morning, Colin.
As you know, I'm the executive director of the Coalition for Responsible Transportation Priorities, and I wanted to first briefly respond to a couple of issues that were raised, and to point out one thing is that the county does actually have a role in parking lots also, because parking minimum requirements require that restaurants and other businesses maintain a certain amount of parking. And so if a business wants to set up outdoor dining or otherwise conduct business in their parking lot and block off parking spaces, that would require some discretion on the part of the county. Also, I think that, it's the areas that we're talking about in terms of McKinleyville and Willow Creek and Cutton and, on and on. The county does have quite a few places under its jurisdiction. It's not just the municipalities that have areas with concentrations of people and businesses. So although a lot of it is in the municipalities, I wouldn't downplay the importance of the county's actions in these regards. I also want to just highlight a couple of general principles. One is that I think we should focus particularly on when we're taking actions on protecting the most vulnerable road users, which are people walking and biking, as well as the most vulnerable businesses, which I think are the small local shops that may not be able to stay in business that long with social distancing requirements if they can't push out some of their operations into parking space and in some cases street space. I also want to emphasize that I think the county should look not just at commercial districts, but also residential areas. And in terms of closing off those streets, what's done generally is we're not talking about areas that are common thoroughfares. We're talking about, subdivisions and, primarily residential areas, and sort of providing guidance to deter through traffic, to allow more space for kids to play and people to be out in the streets with safe social distance, et cetera. The final point that I want to make is, and I think this is maybe the most important one, is that the county really needs to be proactive on this. I've been following what communities around the country have done, and I can say that in places where measures like this have been implemented effectively, it's universally because of strong leadership from elected officials and staff. And so I think we can't just sort of sit back and wait for business owners and residents to come forward, because many of them may not even know that some of these measures are possible. I think we need you, the supervisors, as well as the county administration, to step up and take the lead here if we want to make sure that we're as effective as possible in promoting health and safety on the streets and in the parking lots. So thanks for bringing this forward to Chair Fennell and Supervisor Wilson, and that's all I have.
Thank you, Colin. Any further comment on this item? Hello? You're on. It's number 2.
Jennifer.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Hi, this is Jennifer Dart with the City of Arcata Community Development Department. I just wanted to thank you, Supervisor Wilson and Fennell, for bringing the item up, and also let you know kind of what the City of Arcata is currently working on. We're working on a similar plan to what Eureka is doing, to issue restaurants and other businesses encroachment permits free of charge, and also looking at ways to make that process easier for our businesses and restaurants in order to allow them to open outdoor dining options on the sidewalk, and also potentially outdoor sales and displays for our retail shops to assist with the ability to, to accommodate them with the limits that have been put on them as far as the amount of people that they can have in their business at one time. And people sometimes, I think it seems at this point, feel safer in more of an outdoor environment. So we would just encourage the county to support similar measures regionally and look at a collaboration on this.
Thank you, Jennifer. Any further comment on this item?
Yeah, hi there. This is Uri Driscoll again. How are you? It's kind of funny talking into a phone doing this, but anyway, obviously I'm a big fan of creativity and developing some new concepts. If it is a short-term thing, well, I think Rex had a good point. How much energy can you put into it if it's just a short-term thing? But I must admit, I'm a little surprised, but encouraged that Supervisor Wilson brought this forward. His past approach about allowing businesses to utilize public space has been on display in his resistance to just the rail biking proposal that we brought forward. So, maybe that's changing. That's good. We can all evolve. We can all grow. And so I think there's some opportunities here. I think the extent of the opportunities needs to be a little bit more indexed, or what are some specific locations that would benefit by this type of thing. And yeah, if it's a county issue or in county jurisdiction, clearly it has to go through Public Works. Otherwise, I think the cities may be able to just handle this themselves as far as the restaurants and hair salons. So anyway, yeah, very interesting topic, and maybe it can go forward. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. Good day.
Are we on a break?
We lost the chair.
We lost Estelle.
We lost the chair.
You're the vice chair.
She's got to have something. Come on, she's got to have something. Take over, Wilson.
All right, I guess.
Vote it in now.
Is it me
We
now?
have one more public commenter as well.
Okay, let's hear from the next public commenter.
Oh God, you're good.
Hi,
Sharon.
this is Jenny West. Are you ready?
We're ready.
Okay. This is Jenny Weiss, and I'm a resident of Humboldt County in District 3, and I'm working on safe routes to school programs here throughout the county for more than a decade. And Supervisor Wilson, I really appreciate you bringing this item up for discussion. I just want to point out, like Colin said, this is also a matter of protecting the safety of the most vulnerable road users, the pedestrians and bicyclists during the coronavirus epidemic. I've been on the trails a lot during these past couple months, and I really see the uptick in use. And it seems like there really are some easy modifications that can help keep pedestrians safer, like, not requiring the pedestrian button to be pushed for the walk signal to be activated. So I just wanted to voice my support this morning for any modifications that can provide more space for walking and biking with social distancing. I really, from my experience, I understand and really recognize the importance of people having places to be safe while physically active in their neighborhoods. And, this morning there was the conversation between the supervisors and Dr. Frankovich about the need for guidance for groups of kids gathering this summer. That really emphasized the importance of helping kids get outside. So, I just think that this item is really relevant to that conversation as well. And I also want to point out that, like Rex said, we may not know yet where to close the roads. And, some folks think this might be a short-term thing that maybe we shouldn't, put so much energy into. But this could also be a really important beginning of something that would be a helpful change for our community in the long run. There's been a lot of studies recently that show that improving air quality is really known to reduce the number of coronavirus deaths. And so I just think that thinking about all we can do to reduce car trips and increasing walking and biking at the same time, really helping businesses and restaurants be successful, expand their capacity, and giving them those options now, sooner than later, will hopefully help them stay in business. So thank you very much, Chair Fennell and board members, for considering having this conversation.
Thank you, Jen. And are there any further comments on this item?
Yes, Thomas Mulder here. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can. Thank you.
All right, so bringing up Garberville, I actually happen to be driving down the road through the streets of Garberville right now, and parking spaces, if you were going to give up parking spaces, I would definitely advise not giving up too many because as you're well aware, Estelle, parking in southern Humboldt is hard to come by. I think a short-term thing could be productive for restaurants, other businesses. I don't know. Like I said, there isn't much parking down here to begin with. As far as closing off roads, I don't know. People have a right to go through, but also I know kids need to be able to run around and bike and play. Maybe is there a possibility of temporarily reducing speed limits or allowing people to place cones? Sorry, my phone's ringing. Place cones like to narrow the size of the lane to make people drive slower so kids can ride up and down the road or play or whatever. Just different things to not completely impede through traffic, but to slow it down, bring people's attention. But also who's going to put up those cones or signs or any of that kind of stuff. So let's keep that in mind. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Any further comments on this item?
Hi, this is Elaine Astrew. I'm a property owner in Eureka, and I just want to voice support for this item on the agenda. I've been doing a lot of research lately during the COVID pandemic on the slow streets movement that people are talking about, and I encourage Supervisor Bohn and the commenters who are concerned about blocking off streets to learn on their own time that it doesn't actually impede any traffic at all. Traffic uses parallel streets, and I think we have a lot of opportunities for that. In fact, I found the other day in McKinleyville, I was riding my bike and a mom had actually put up cones so that her kids could play in the street, but it was a constant battle. She had to be out there directing traffic and yelling at the kids the whole time. So I think there's really room to look at slow streets, and there's an important role that the county has to play in sort of leading the ideas and leading the cities who are slammed by budget concerns right now. I grew up here, and I remember playing on the street outside of my house, and today you don't see parents letting their kids walk and bike on the streets outside their house. It was a really important thing to do because we couldn't afford to send our kids to summer camp. As Supervisor Bohn has pointed out, it's really important to let the horses get out and run. And I think slow streets is a really important, low to no cost, very low impact way to do that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Elaine. Any further comments, please?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Ryan. We'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Bass and then Supervisor Bohn.
Thank you, Madam Chair. One thing what I wasn't planning to say, it was about budgets. The cities may have some tough budgets, but stick around, watch the next couple hours, and you'll see we have pretty tough budgets coming up too. So unfortunately, it's a concern for everyone. I think for me, there's really good opportunities for this. And I think is my time up already, Estelle? I think it could make sense in certain areas. I'm also hearing, there are concerns about the street closures, and the last speaker mentioned maybe we should all learn more on our own time. And that makes good sense, because I think for me right now, I'm going, okay, I can see the restaurants and retail, and I'm excited actually about what's happening in Eureka, and I think it's a really good model. And I think those would be easier to start with. I think there would take a little more effort, because you have to think which streets would be addressed and how do you slow them down. And so I think that piece would take a little longer than the restaurants and retails. But so for today, I'm ready to go for the like restaurants and retail, if we could do it. I'd like a little more information on the streets and what that would really look like, which ones people might be thinking of here. And I know today we weren't making decisions really anyway, I don't think. But that is one area I would like more information on as this potentially goes.
Thank you, Supervisor Bass. Supervisor Bohn?
Well, I think the board's past and the board present and everything else, I think we need to be aware that we have probably in the last 8 years and going forward probably have spent 60 to 70 million dollars on trails. I mean, over 20 million between Eureka and Arcata. Forest acquisitions, not just the county, but other jurisdictions for people to recreate, walk safely, and do things like that. I just see where the city of Eureka got 6.4 million to restore and redo 2030 Park right in the central part of Eureka, in the midst of a lot of their housing. I just spent $100,000 with the Kiwanis building a new tot lot out in Cutton. The Safe Streets to Schools has hit a lot of the schools. And that's where a lot of people in residential areas recreate on the weekends, is those big schoolyards and get out there with their families. And then what, Sequoia Park is planning and other parks are planning. And I think what I took out of this, so we're really doing a lot so people can recreate without having to put $3 on the counter or pay $60 to go to a camp or $70. With that, I think, as we move forward, I think the whole thing comes down to is Public Works. Tom just said, if you have a restaurant that needs some relief and some parking relief, I think he can go. I think you can just call him up and do it. And I don't know if you want to do a blanket one, I guess we could down King. But I mean, if you want to do it that way, but I think Tom made the offer without, and that's a lot of money to not go to our roads. And I know it comes from a different pot, all of our wants, starting out. But I think as we move forward, I think this sounds great. The small residential areas, I've seen them put the little kids at play signs, slow down, and that works for me in a lot of neighborhoods. So and like I said, if we're tying, I think Supervisor Bass, Virginia said it best. I don't know if we're going to have, 6 months ago, we had some money we could play around with and, look at this and look at that and everything else. And, maybe we could put a bigger motor on the boat. Right now, we better just make sure our oars work right now, because I think that's where we're going to be. So I think with Tom Matson and Public Works and going out, I have not had any of my restaurants, and I'm trying to think how many there are in the first district that aren't in Fortuna, Eureka, and play, but looking for this or seeing that there's an issue. So I'm trying to see where we go without having to reinvent, and maybe using the resources that are already in place, and Tom Matson being able to grant temporary outdoor eating. And again, I was thinking the greater Eureka, and otherwise, in what I was talking about temperatures, and then most people want to go inside the air conditioning when they get to the hotter areas of Willow Creek and things like that. But I haven't heard that, but I don't have those issues coming across my plate all the time. So I appreciate you bringing this forward. Great discussion. I think it lets those people in the outlying areas know that maybe they could call you and say, hey, could I get 3 tables put in my parking lot and take 4 parking spaces? And just in my travels, they all have sidewalk sales. They all close off their parking lots for certain issues if the ABC will allow them. And I see the ABC has already universally relax the rules for outside dining for these people. I mean, hell, you can get a cocktail to go now, I guess. So I'm just saying, I think as we move forward, without spending a whole bunch of time, because I think we're going to have to focus on a lot of other things coming up. Thank you for bringing this forward, though.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. I see that Planning and Building has their hand up. I'm not sure if that's Director Ford. It is Director Ford. Good morning, Director.
Good morning, Chair Fennell. Thank you very much for recognizing me. I just wanted to say that whereas Tom Matson does have absolute authority within the public right-of-way, many of the needs of restaurants that are on property, that have parking lots and private property, that have opportunities for outdoor seating, we can accommodate that. If they want to come in and modify their site plan, modify their parking plan, we can grant temporary modifications to that right now and just come in and work with us. We would be absolutely delighted to make things work for restaurants and for business owners.
Thank you, Director Ford. That's kind of where my head was at too. I do think that we recognize we're in this emergency. We're asking people to social distance. We're opening up the county to these to business now, but it's very difficult. So seeing the willingness on both your part, Director Ford, and then Director Matson to work with people, I think that's great. That's a wonderful move forward, and we can get that message out there also through the Joint Information Center, that people can contact you. Go back to Supervisor Wilson.
Thanks. And if I may sort of close out the conversation, there was kind of three main dockets that we talked about. We talked about, again, sort of the public right-of-way issues, and I apologize to Tom Matson for not getting this to him sooner, but I'm very much appreciate his willingness to be flexible in that, and that's great. And that was what this conversation was really about, was talking about flexibility and change and being open to potentially new ways of doing things. and if those new ways of doing things turn out people like them better and they function better, you never know. We're going to see changes in society from this COVID event, no matter what. The world a year from now will not be the world a year ago. And so some of these things that we're experimenting with and trying to move forward is going to be helpful. And then also thank you to Director Ford about talking about those spaces, which again are not in the public right of way, and those modifications of uses related to parking areas. And I will say that, it's true that many of us do live. I certainly live in a place with plenty of cool weather and fog, but as was shown with Los Bagels in that photograph, those open areas and that flexibility is good in these places, but also Willow Creek and Garberville and Redway and all these other places, offering that flexibility of thought to our, to our constituents is important. And so in that third sort of pocket, I think someone called it the slow streets. And talking about, making safer spaces within the neighborhoods. Again, there are many neighborhoods in unincorporated areas. And I will note that there has been a lot of work done about, people had thought that the reduction in the number of cars would reduce traffic accidents due to COVID. And while maybe the numbers have been reduced, the severity of accidents in many places has gone up because people are speeding more, because they see less things, less obstacles. And we're even seeing in some places where modifications actually having to go up to slow people down because there's less traffic on the street and they're driving faster, which really impacts in neighborhoods where kids are trapped in their houses, and so I think we really do need to be more open about that discussion about making our neighborhood streets safer. I would add that there was a discussion or a commenter talked about what the past looked like, and in the past cars drove slower. They were slower vehicles. They did not have microprocessors in them that made them feel safer to the driver to drive so much faster. The performance standards of those vehicles was just very, very different. And so what we're seeing now is, increases in speed and danger within those communities, and less people using those common spaces. And so if we are talking about public spaces, they shouldn't necessarily completely be dominated by people in vehicles per se. They are public spaces. So I thank my board members and the chair for allowing us to have this discussion. Again, I just wanted to open that up to the community so that they could respond to that. And if they have ideas and questions, I encourage them to come to their supervisor, come to the Director Ford and/or Director Mattson, and see what we can do to help us all move forward. So thank you for allowing us to have that discussion.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any further discussion at this point? Okay, I think we've got a good idea of where we want to go there. Thank you again. I must apologize. I let it slip through the cracks, but we do need to address public comment on items not on the agenda. So I'm going to go there right now, and then we'll be on to the second item under Board of Supervisors, which was the talking about our calendar. So let's go to public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Ryan, do we have any public comment on items that are not on the agenda?
Estelle, Kent Sawatsky here. Thank you for catching that one. Wonderful day we're having out here. Beautiful weather. I really appreciate a concept of everything that seems to be going on now about being fiscally responsible. For quite a while, I felt, we should have been putting away more money. I brought that forward instead of spending. But now we have to work with what we have. So part of what I have had angst with, and I'll be quite direct with you folks, is that probably in 2022, I will be recommending that we do a repeal and replace on the Measure Z, Measure O. To replace that with, I would anticipate bringing forward to everybody, including the municipalities, that we all benefit from a quarter cent of that half-cent tax going strictly for roads. And that would be, like I said, when I've talked to Mr. Mattson and other people there, would be for basically filling the potholes, doing culverts, the micro seal and the chip and seal. So that's down the road a few years, but I would see that possibly as happening. My understanding that it takes 50% plus one vote, like to replace it with a tax measure that will actually take 66%, the other quarter percent. Then, of course, would be up to people. So I'm kind of looking at how to structure the other quarter percent. Technically, I think it actually ought to be a specific tax which strictly goes to law enforcement, to the DA, to probation, and the fire. And so we're covering what I always considered the major 5 issues. That does take away some latitude from the county. But I think if you start polling the people out there, this is where they feel priorities are, or at least hopefully 66% would, and would back such a repeal and replace. So rather than things being last minute, I'm letting everybody know now that at least that's going to be looked into at that time. So anyway, off we go. We're going to talk about your budget in a little while and a few other interesting topics. So look forward to participating as the day goes. Thank you for my opportunity to speak on non-agendized items.
Thank you, Kent. Any other public comment on items not on the agenda? Welcome, caller.
Yeah, hi there. Hi there. Uri Driscoll again. I just need to make a comment. I've been trying to communicate as effectively as I can with some of the departments, and I've had some difficulty doing that, bringing up some public safety issues and that, and unfortunately I've just not gotten the really timely or meaningful responses. And then I end up having to do a public records request, which I don't want to do. I like to communicate. I like to have a conversation in a respectful way. And I just think if we can encourage the public departments to engage with the community, the engaged community, without having to do these public records requests, which costs a bunch of staff time and takes all this effort and energy and cost. I think that we need to trim that down where we could have a 10 or 15 minute conversation and not have to employ all these costs and expenses. As COVID is going on and the whole tax base, the revenue streams are all changing, I think we need to figure out ways to cut corners. And while this isn't going to save hundreds of thousands of dollars, it just will build more trust if we can have those communication channels more reinstated or more available. So we're not having to go through these other measures that really shouldn't have to be necessary. I'm very grateful for the Public Records Act and that ability to access government documents relevant to government spending. As a taxpayer, I think that's important. But I think that we can solve a lot of the issues without having to go through that whole process. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. Good day.
Thank you, Uri. Any further public comment on items that are not on the agenda?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Ryan. So we will go back now to the agenda and go on to item G2, which comes to us again from Supervisor Wilson. This is regarding a modified Board of Supervisors meeting schedule. Supervisor Wilson.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. I brought this up because we discussed this a few months ago about we had modified our meeting schedule based on this COVID situation. And so we've tried it out, I guess what I'm saying. So we've beta tested this situation or how we're doing things right now. I just really wanted to check in about that, about is this something we want to continue with? Is it something we don't want to continue with? So this was going to end now at this meeting, which was a scheduled 2 meetings a month with, if there was needed, that there would be special meetings for other issues and that we may have. And so as part of that, I was like checking in about that. I've talked to a few department heads about what their thoughts are on this in terms of effectiveness. And this is really about I think if they don't already understand, and we certainly understand, that every one of these meetings has an administrative load associated with it. And then on balance with that, every one of these meetings is really important for public participation and for our discussion and our interface with how we function with government. And should we have one of these meetings every day? Would that be more functional, right, on one spectrum? Or once a month, would that be enough? Or and so there's trying to strike that balance of both providing and getting input from the public, and at the same time not tripping over ourselves to do that, and loading up our administration with the meetings processes in and of themselves. Because every one of these meetings, as we know, and I'm not educating necessarily our board members on this, has all the departments have to put their reports together. Everyone's got to be there, and then they're all attentive, they're all watching, right, as do this. So once a week they're geared up and they have to put everything aside to do this. And so under COVID, we went and modified this to two meetings a month, and those meetings have been quite long, to be quite honest. I mean, they have, so that's on the negative side of that. But also, it's quite possible that under this context and this format, we could have 8-hour meetings now once a week instead of once every 2 weeks. It's quite possible, considering how much we all like to talk. And so I just wanted to check in with that, hear what the board members had to say. So I put on this agenda the consideration of continuing with this schedule through August, so that we can ostensibly be giving more time to staff to be, under these changes, to be able to deal with that and gear up with that without having to spend more time putting together meeting agendas and those sorts of things. And so that's how I'm introducing this concept forward for the board. We could talk about a spectrum of options, I suppose, maybe having 3 meetings a month instead of 4, so that there at least is a set gap, so that there maybe could be some catch-up time for staff. There's not a meeting every month, and that cycle's coming in. So those are some options. I just want to throw them out there. See where we're at and sort of check in, and that's and see where people are, how they're feeling about how we've been doing it the last 2 months versus how we move forward. So that's why I put it on the agenda.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bohn, did you want to say something? I wasn't sure.
Bye.
Yeah.
I mean, this is the one day a week we need to show up, and right now in the middle of what may be our biggest budget crisis, it is by far the biggest health crisis. There is so much stuff going on, and then to say, well, we'll just all put it together 2 days a week. And you mentioned the public input. I know our administrators are working and are doing marvelous job through this COVID. I don't know. You have to understand, they could just put their stuff on every other week and amongst themselves, they wouldn't have to pay attention because they don't have anything on there. So maybe A through M takes care of, the auditor and those guys go 1 week and the tax collector go this week, and that would be your 2 things, and that would relieve some of staff. But that would not relieve, there's some ways to look at this to relieve that pressure. Then they wouldn't have to sit and watch this, and they could stay busy at what they do. But I think at this time, I hate these meetings. I like people being able to come in but I do see one thing on this, and is for the outlying areas, as we have seen now, when we have our public comments and everything else, we can set up our smart boards for maybe these people to get, when we get back to a normal life, back in the chambers and everything else. Maybe they don't have to come unless it's really something but they would like to speak on. We have opened an avenue to open ourselves up to have full participation in our meetings. But the idea of the toughest times that I can remember, since I was paying attention to this stuff, so that's probably only 35 years. God, it was so much nicer before that. But it was before we paid attention. I don't think we've gone through budget issues, but health, budget, all of this stuff going on, and the economic. I'm not saying every day, but I think it's all hands on deck, and we got to be out there and doing everything as safely. Back for and I don't going for 2 days a month during this crisis, our budget meetings, we've got a budget hearing and everything else. We do have the avenue if you have to go somewhere for business or something like that. We are online, so you can do this. So we've got a long ways, but the message it would send, that we're worried about how much overload our administration and we have on these meetings, I think sends the wrong message, because there's so much. You guys know how much you guys scramble on Thursdays. Can I put this on? Can I put this on the agenda? Can I please? Can you imagine what it'd be like every 2 weeks? So if we look at how the administration that's overloaded, maybe how they administer their wants and needs, and they go on an every 2 week schedule on putting stuff in, maybe that would be the answer, and that would relieve some of the pressure from our staff. Maybe relieve some pressure for you of reading that parts of the agenda, so you can focus on the economic well-being of our county. But for us to just go I can't even fathom it. It's just and we have the end of June, that we have a 5th Tuesday at the end of June, so we're gonna have a couple weeks there, and then we also have our delegated summer break where we catch up and everything else at the end of July and into August. So we're going to have some pretty good relegated breaks already. So I wished I could say I appreciate this, but I don't even appreciate this. I just think this is, sorry. And the public has weighed in heavily on this to me.
Yeah, I Supervisor Bass coming up, but I do want to say that I don't know, I'll talk a little bit about this later, but it seems to me that putting it into every 2 weeks makes it even longer and more difficult. So Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I had mentioned this months ago for some, on just to have the conversation because many other counties did do this. And I don't think I hate to say this, I don't necessarily think it's a horrible idea to look at in the future, but I think now it'd be really hard because we do have the budget we need to deal with. We do have people who, it's a toss up. Supervisor Bohn says people want us to be here, and that's true. But when we're here for 8 hours, as we've been at these meetings, and you get 60 more that are, piling up. So there's a give and take for being here. And hopefully, and I believe most of the community understands that. I do have concern of the staff being overloaded. I think Supervisor Bohn brought up a couple of options that maybe we should look at as far as who brings what when. Don't know if that's possible, but right now with the budget, I just would rather us if we had for some reason didn't need to have a meeting, then we could cancel it. It's not like we have plans to go traveling anywhere. We shouldn't. So I appreciate the concept. I think the timing would be hard now, at least for me, but that's just...
I'll reiterate again. I just think that you referenced the 8-hour meetings, and as you know, I'm on all the time. I'm fine with it. It works, but I think if we had them every week, they may not necessarily have to go all day long, and that might be a little bit more better for everybody. And I like Supervisor Bohn's suggestion, that if different departments want to kind of step with each other, that might be the way to go. Supervisor Wilson?
Yeah, I think again, I'm not really stuck on anything. I just wanted to make sure we made a change, and so I wanted to analyze what came out the other side. When we do pilot projects, we generally have a report out, and I was hoping that this would be part of what that was and did, and what was that part of this. The other thing too is with the budgets are special meetings. So this isn't what I was talking about here, a regular meeting. So even this coming month coming in, we're going to have more, we're going to have more meetings than just the regular meetings because we have the budget meetings. So there's going to be plenty of meeting stuff happening. I think Supervisor Bohn's concept with relationship to, maybe offering some sort of staggering with regards to departments, maybe not necessarily mandated, but thinking about how that might work, because again, you got department heads and staff sort of waiting around for their thing to come up and that sort of stuff, and it would be probably better if they maybe were in blocks if that's possible. I think that's completely reasonable. So yeah, I'm happy to move on, go back to our regular schedule. It's fine. I just wanted to make sure that as we, come out of the amended schedule, was it better? Was it worse? Understanding that we had some meetings blocked off, which or whether canceled. So we did have a backlog that probably added to those 8-hour days that we had, right? There was, we were taking care of a backlog of stuff that we had already missed. And so I think it's important to understand that. So I'm willing to let this one lay and move forward. And also understanding that I think my constituency and most people I talk to understand very clearly that these meetings are not the only part of our job. That there are many days where I'm not at this meeting, where I am Zoom meeting and emailing and calling for just
More
all
than
day
that.
and then some. And even just Zoom meetings by themselves, I've had many days of more than 8 hours a day of Zoom meetings that are not this meeting. And it's just it. And as Virginia mentioned, or as Supervisor Bash mentioned, there's no vacations currently. We're all here, and it's all the time. And detaching is not really an option in terms of that. So I don't want anyone to have some sort of illusion that having these discussions about what our schedules are about us. It's really about the functioning of are we delivering the best, most efficient service and providing the best, most efficient way to get input at the same time. And the construct of these meetings is a very traditional one, the way we've been doing it. And you guys know me, just because we've been doing something forever doesn't mean you necessarily have to be doing it on into the future. And every once in a while, we need to check in on these constructs. So if no one wants to modify this moving forward, I'm okay with that. I just wanted to have a check-in and make sure that that we had some thoughts about that.
One thing that occurred to me, based on the fact that we have staff waiting around, we don't need to have staff waiting around. They can be at their desk in front of their computer doing their work until it's time for their agenda item to come out, contrary to them sitting in the board chambers all day long. So that's one part of it. The other part of it is, I'll discuss this with Ryan, that maybe we can have a stepped, that they don't have to enter the meeting early on. They can step in whenever their item is coming up and monitor that way. So I think that in fact, it may be more efficient in those regards with the Zoom meetings. Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, these long all-day meetings are tough. I would prefer having regular meetings for the public and for all of us.
Yeah, great, thank you. Any further comment from the board before I take it out to the public?
Well, before we
Supervisor Wilson.
Public, I'm going to say there's probably not going to be a motion to make any changes, and we're probably going to go back to, because I'm not going to make that motion. I don't feel it from any other board members either. So I just want, before everyone talks about whatever it is they're going to talk about, just keep that in mind. And maybe we can move on.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Ryan, do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we do.
Okay. Hi, caller. You're now
Ken Sawatsky, Estelle, Ken Sawatsky here. During times of stress like this, leaders lead. Not only is this the only time that the public gets input, but this is the only time you guys get together and can discuss things without violating the Brown Act. So it's imperative during this time. I'd love to go back to those 2-hour meetings we had. Remember when we had those last year sometimes? And I thought I'd let you know. Mike Wilson said something about you guys talking about. Well, I meter and just about exactly how much you guys talk tells me how much I talk. Those 2-hour meetings, my comments were frequently 15 seconds rather than 3 minutes. And we all can move these along. Just as a suggestion, most people are stacked up waiting for their topic, and most of them are on consent. You have 26 consent items today. So I would go back to either having consent right away at the start so people can get on with their days, or time certain consent for 10 o'clock, or time certain your COVID for 10 o'clock. During COVID, I think you've got probably 4 people on hold. When you have 26 items, you have probably 8 or 9 of your staff members on hold waiting for their item. And I recommend that you go ahead and go back to a 9:15 kind of format where you do consent by then. And those people are only on hold for 15 minutes. 90% and 99% of these things go through on consent. And that's what I've noticed. In other words, remember when the room always cleared out as soon as consent was over because everybody was there to see if their item would go through. Pretty easy scheduling. I think you could be doing this. Regarding your the perception, well, I think we started with 37 meetings during the year where you guys are here for us. And that's probably down to 34 now with the ones we've taken off. You had to have special meetings. I don't think that worked at all. And I'll be quite direct with you. The perception is after 2 o'clock, you folks are tired. We're tired. a lot of things get past slam as fast as we can just to get out. And I can understand that. So I definitely, anytime you can keep the meetings that you're going into closed session with your work done at 12 o'clock, I think that's what's the best balance for you folks and for the public. So strongly support you not changing the schedule, stay with what you have. The other suggestion was if you want to go ahead and cut the meetings down by half, then maybe a suggestion was that maybe the supervisors should take half pay. Because I don't know, that's just some things that were brought to me by some people. I'm just forwarding that suggestion. So anyway, thanks for being there today, and I hope you're here every scheduled meeting for the rest of the year. Thank you.
Thank you, Kent. Any other comment on this item, Ryan?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment.
Thank you. Okay, so as Supervisor Wilson mentioned, it's been a discussion item, doesn't need a motion. Thank you, everybody, for the discussion. I will go on now to department reports, and the first report is from Aviation with regard to the Airport Land Use Commission's determination of inconsistency with the hospital and the airport in Garberville. Now, I checked out, and so we are also the Airport Land Use Commission. That's what people need to remember. We're not meeting as that commission now. We're meeting as the supervisors, taking a decision on a decision made by the ALUC. So I'll go to our aviation director, Cody. Welcome. Director Rogatz.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. The matter before you for item H1 has a pretty long history to it, as you can tell by some of the dates and documentation that we attached. I would like to thank Deputy Director Bob Bronkel with the Public Works Department. He's been working on this particular matter for a few years. And I'll kick it to him to provide an overview of the history of this and also how that relates to the work that we brought before you a couple weeks ago with ESA and Chris Jones on the update to the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan.
All right, this is Bob Bronkel. Can you all hear me?
Yes, Bob.
All right.
Welcome.
So this project is a continuation of the ALUC agenda item that was previously heard on this project, where the ALUC determined that the project is not consistent with the current Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan. That particular compatibility plan indicates that hospitals should not be permitted within Zone C of the Garberville Airport. And based upon the facts that were provided to the ALUC for consideration, a determination was made that the hospital was not compatible with the ALUCP. This does not mean that the project is dead. It means that the next avenue for the applicant is to request that the local agency who is responsible for the land use planning in that area, meaning the Board of Supervisors, go ahead and consider overriding what the Airport Land Use Commission has determined. Based upon the materials that the applicant has submitted, and particularly the fact that the project is within 150 feet of not being in any ALUCP zone, staff is recommending that the board make determination that the project could be overridden without impacting any airport funding and grant assurances that are for the airport. That concludes my staff report on this item.
Thank you, Bob. And any further technical input, Director Rogatz, or can I go to the board? Okay, Supervisor Bohn.
I think some of us can remember we had this same discussion in front of us 5 years ago when we considered buying this for our own use and putting the offices down there. And we, under the same, I think they had the same almost requirements for public use buildings, also putting the public at risk. We had quite a few of the same diagrams, and I tried to find the old thing. I fully support this. I think this is a little bit of, I mean, that airport is a important airport to that area. It is not a highly used airport, but it is very influential. And we have done so many improvements to that airport to make sure that they can come off in a tighter flight pattern and everything else. And as long as we know people are aware, I don't see an issue. And if I guarantee you, there's right across the road, there's a lot of businesses too. So closer than that 100. So I think we could move forward on this and not have any qualms about it at all. I'd make the motion now, but I'll defer it to Estelle because I know she really wants to.
Thank you, Rick. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And it is odd. I remember that meeting as well. And it's also strange seeing that we're actually looking to overturn a decision we made ourselves. It's like having a split personality, but it was kind of weird. I was wondering what had changed since then. And I did get, I sent a lot of questions to Cody, and I do appreciate his response. You know, my main concerns were, would this somehow make us, would it endanger any of our funding for the airports through the FAA? And it appears that that does not seem to be the case. And I don't know if Cody wants to follow up on that, but to me, that was the one thing that was not as clear to me. And then also I noticed that the deadline is tomorrow. So in the letter from the FAA, so I'm hoping Cody, folks who may have got that when they were reading it, if Cody could talk about, you know, there's opportunities for extension. I don't have my concerns anymore. I feel comfortable with the item, but I did do a lot of work, so he may want to for that.
Chair Fennell, if I might.
Yes, please, Cody.
Thank you, Chair. Through the chair, Supervisor Bass, in regards to the actions the board took previously years ago, that was in line with and consistent with the current ALUCP, the Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, which was developed in 1993. Since that time frame, the state of California has, through their Caltrans Aviation Division, has developed updated guidance for communities such as the County of Humboldt to update their ALUCP, which is all at the local level of control, and in this case, in your hands. So with that updated guidance that was provided in 2011, Bob Bronkel and his team have been working on updating the ALUCP, which is still a project that's in progress. And should the board consider that new ALUCP, and it's in line with the guidance from Caltrans Aviation, this project would no longer fall within that area of concern for the Garberville Airport. So hypothetically speaking, that we follow that guidance from Caltrans Aviation as we continue in development of the ALUCP update for Humboldt County, we should have no issues as far as FAA future funding for the Garberville Airport. On your other question regarding the FAA letter, the letter that's attached, it's provided as attachment 2. You'll note on there that that was filed by a representative from the Southern Humboldt Community Hospital Group, and they are free within, prior to expiration being tomorrow, to request an extension to that finding. If they don't do so prior to that deadline, they can refile the same information, and it's nearly 100% likely that the same finding would be determined on a new letter.
Great, thanks, Cody.
Thank you, Cody. With that, did you wish to speak, Supervisor Madrone? I didn't see your hand up. Okay, Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, for giving me the opportunity to make the motion to override the inconsistency determination made by the ALUC to allow the proposed Southern Humboldt Community Hospital in Garberville to move forward. I make that motion now.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any public comment on this item?
Yes, Chair Fennell.
Thank you.
Very quickly, Estelle, strongly support you going and doing what you're doing here. That's no problem. I'm not an attorney, but under the circumstances, I hope your attorney has advised you to go ahead and get a hold harmless and indemnification clause from the hospital. Very simple process, I believe, since they are within that particular zone, that you won't be held liable should there be an airplane accident that caused them a problem with their facility or their patients. Like I say, I'm not an attorney, but those hold harmless indemnification clauses sometimes pay off should there be a catastrophe. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Kent. Any further public comment on this item?
No, Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment on this item.
Okay, I did notice just before we go back to the board that Chief Operating Officer Kent Scown is on the line. I just saw a picture there. Did you want to say something, Kent? Oh, you may need to put your mic on. There you go.
Yep. No, I appreciate you all taking the time to look at this and consider this. And, obviously from my perspective, it's a really important step that you should be taking for the community here, but it kind of sounds like you are putting this quite positively at this point, and I really appreciate that and your time.
Thank you, Kent. So I'll bring it back to the board. Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I just wanted to echo support. And I mean, in a community, which Southern Humboldt is one that I have lived in and my family lives in, a hospital is of utmost importance and probably the priority in this discussion by leaps and bounds. And so I think it takes care of that conflict in a good way. And I'm looking forward to the new hospital being created.
Thank you. All right. With that, we'll have, Mr. Bronco.
So there is one key aspect that does need to be considered as the board is considering approving the project, and that is staff will need to follow up with a resolution that the board will approve at a subsequent meeting. So it is important that the board articulate the reasons that the project's being overridden. And in particular, there are several that have been discussed today, that the project site is located near the end of ALUCP Zone C, that the need for the public facility is tremendous for that particular area. And then lastly, that in consideration of the update to the ALUCP, that the project would be permitted should that updated ALUCP be adopted by the board.
Estelle.
Supervisor Bohn.
Bob, I was wondering if you could come to more meetings on more aspects of this, because you just basically answered your own question. So that would streamline things greatly. So I move whatever Bob said.
As the seconder of the motion, I will amend my motion to have the record reflect or ask for an amendment of the motion to have the record reflect what Mr. Bronco has stated as reasons why we did it. How about that?
Thank you very much, Supervisor Wilson. Yes, thank you, Bob, for the clarification there. That is the motion, Ryan. Any further comment? Okay, we'll take a roll call vote on that.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
It passes.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Thank you, Ryan. So that will take us to our next item, also from, oh no, this is from the CAO, and this is the fiscal year. Now, I'm just wondering, since we're going into a fairly lengthy discussion here, the fiscal year budget, do we want to take a break and then go to closed session at 2? Or do you think you can get this done in half an hour?
12?
CAO.
Supervisor Fennell, I would recommend that we take a break, return at 12 for closed session, and then we can resume the budget discussion after closed session.
Okay, that sounds great. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to give ourselves a break. We will then join the closed session at noon. We'll be back here at noon to announce what's on closed session, and then we will go into closed session. So thank you, everybody. Take a break, and we'll be back. Okay, we're good. Do
No,
we have everybody?
I got to get everyone into the meeting. Everyone's just coming in right now.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Oh, no problem.
Thank you for, I didn't realize, you know, that second invitation, the panelist one, it came through under, that's why I didn't see
Okay,
it.
yeah, those get sent out every Friday. So into the meeting.
Yeah, great. Thank you.
Oh, no problem. Let me go check in. I'll be right back.
Well, the way things are going, we're going to be here until like midnight. I don't know. If that's the case, I'm going to take another break at one point, you guys.
Yes.
Especially here, that window that makes me look all pink, that's got the sun comes in at this time of day. Wow, hot. So, thank you. Are we? And we're going live now, right, Ryan? Okay. So we are back in session, out of closed session, and apologize to everybody who thought we'd be here at 1:30. Here we are, and we're ready for round 2, and we'll go to Council Billingsley for a report out of closed session.
Thank you, Chair. On items K2, 4, 5, 6, no reportable action. On item K3, the board voted unanimously to authorize the Office of County Counsel to defend the action of White Circle Commerce versus County of Humboldt.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go back into the agenda. And the first item on the agenda at this point is from the Administrative Office, and it is the proposed fiscal 2021 budget. 2020-21.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Before your board today is the proposed budget for fiscal year 2021. And before I turn this over to the Assistant County Administrative Officer, Alicia Hayes, I just want to take a moment to thank the management and budget team, particularly Alicia Hayes and the Deputy CAOs, for really doing a lot of heavy lifting in this pretty difficult time while they're trying to put together an over $400 million budget while also responding to a pandemic. So they've done just an incredible job. I also want to thank departments who really have to put in an incredible amount of time to put this budget together. So I just really appreciate all the teamwork that goes into this document. And with that, I'll turn it over to Alicia Hayes.
Thank you, CEO Nelson. Go ahead, Alicia.
Sorry. Thank you, Amy, for those kind words. And I mirror your sentiments to the management and budget team and the departments. It is a quite lengthy process and a labor of love. So I am excited to bring it to you today. Ryan, I need to be able to share my screen. I hope he's listening. I do have a presentation, but it says that I'm blocked.
Oh. There's no green button at the bottom?
There is, yeah, but then it says the host disabled me from screen sharing. I'm sure you were nervous about what I might throw up there.
All right, try again.
All right, there we go. Thank you, Ryan, for that.
You're
Sorry,
welcome.
bear with me. Okay, and can everybody see the slideshow at this point?
Yes.
All right, fabulous. So thank you, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Alicia Hayes, Assistant CAO in the County Administrative Office, and I am honored to bring before your board today the fiscal year 2020-21 proposed budget. This budget is, as I just said, a lengthy process. It begins for our office back in February. On February 11th, we came to your board with the mid-year budget report, and in that report, we set the parameters for the upcoming budget cycle. Those parameters established a 5% increase to the general fund allocations based on the current year's allocations, and also allowed for our office to accept additional requests for general fund appropriations with a preference given to one-time requests that support infrastructure improvements. Following that, we did budget kickoff on February 5th. That's where departments receive their budget instructions and begin their budget development. They continue those developments through March, and budgets became due to our office on March 16th. Through the months of March, April, and May, our office works tirelessly to put the document together into one comprehensive and concise budget as presented to you today. On May 19th, our office brought to you third quarter budget report. This was a report that was primarily intended to respond to the initial impacts of COVID-19. That report allowed for temporarily ceasing or redirecting one-time funding, reducing expenditures through voluntary furloughs and reduced hours, reductions in overtime and extra help expense, and holding positions vacant. Also directed our office to return at first quarter with reduced budget proposals, to explore a partial service retirement option, and to explore a voluntary separation incentive program, all of which are intended to allow for a fiscal year 2020-21 balanced budget. Before your board today, of course, is the presentation of the proposed budget. Public hearings will take place on June 15th at 1:30 and 5:30 p.m. This is typically the opportunity for your board to make any final modifications to the proposed budget for our office to return on June 23rd with an adopted budget. Today, the total budget proposal or spending plan before your board for fiscal year 2020-21 is $465.39 million. This represents an increase of $13.8 million or 3% over the current year's adopted budget, excuse me. Of this, the largest portion of the budget is allocated to Health and Human Services, as indicated in this chart in purple. Public Works, which is the red portion, and Law and Justice, indicated by the blue section of this chart. The general fund projected revenues for fiscal year 2021 are $146.8 million. This is a decrease of $5.4 million or 4% over the fiscal year 19-20 adopted budget. This revenue decrease is primarily due to an anticipated decrease in Measure Z revenues as a result of COVID-19 and funding allocations in fiscal year 19-20 for projects that have been completed, such as the Eureka Vets Hall and the replacement of elections equipment. In fiscal year 2020-21, the general fund will utilize $10 million in other financing sources in order to allow for a balanced budget. Of this, $1 million in the use of fund balance is anticipated. Over half, or approximately $84.4 million of the total general fund revenues, which include $9.4 million in Measure Z funding, is available to be spent on your board's priorities and projects. The fiscal year 2020-21 budget proposes that your board allocate $156.9 million in general fund expenditures, which is a decrease of $5.8 million or 4% from the current fiscal year. This decrease is primarily due to reductions in one-time investments in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. The fiscal year 2021, excuse me, I skipped one slide, sorry. The fiscal year 2020-21 proposed budget has expenditures exceeding revenues by $1 million, requiring the use of fund balance. The proposed use of fund balance can be attributed to an anticipated shortfall in Measure Z revenues. In addition, staff anticipate a shortfall in Proposition 172 revenues of $1.4 million and unbudgeted emergency operations expenses of approximately $400,000, resulting in an ending funding balance in fiscal year 2020-21 of approximately $8.4 million. Staff will continue to monitor the impacts of COVID-19 and, as previously mentioned, will return at first quarter to adjust the budget for these unanticipated expenditures and revenue losses. Measure Z is estimated to bring in $9.4 million in revenue to the community in fiscal year 2020-21. Due to COVID-19, it's estimated that there'll be a shortfall in fiscal year 2020-21 of approximately 1.6 million. Your board appointed a 9-member Citizens Advisory Committee to make recommendations on the use of these funds. This committee has played an integral role in reviewing Measure Z funding requests received in fiscal year 2020-21. And at the end of March 2020, the committee submitted their Measure Z funding recommendations for inclusion in the proposed budget. On April 14th of this year, your board evaluated the recommendations provided by the committee, which totaled $3.1 million in funding applications. The proposed budget includes a recommended $11 million for Measure Z expenditures. This is comprised of $7.8 million in ongoing expenditures, just over $89,000 in carry forward funding for incompleted projects in the current fiscal year, and $3.1 million in one-time expenditures for local agencies. Of the local agencies that were awarded funding, $1.65 million is for the Fire Chiefs Association. Just over $374,000 is for Kamau, $136,000 for Southern Trinity Area Rescue, just over $282,000 for the City of Arcata, $390,000 for the Eureka Police Department, and $266,000 for the City of Fortuna. All of the details on the applications received and those that are proposed for funding are contained in attachment 3 of your board report today. The chart on this slide depicts how funding has been allocated over the 5-year span that Measure Z has been in effect. As you can see, law enforcement, fire, and roads have received the majority of the funding. In total, 112 public safety projects have been funded with more than $50.8 million. As I indicated in the first slide where we talk about the mid-year projections, your board directed us to accept additional funding requests that supported one-time infrastructure improvements. And our office did receive in total $9 million in additional funding requests, which included $1.5 million for ongoing requests as detailed on this slide. A large majority of these are associated to position allocations. For instance, there are 2 positions requested for the district attorney's office, 2 positions requested for the sheriff, and 2 positions requested for the jail. In addition to the ongoing requests, one-time requests totaling $7.4 million have also been received. Included in these requests are 5 requests from outside agencies, from Fortuna Veterans, Arcata Veterans, Eureka Veterans, and West Haven Volunteer Fire Department, due to lost revenues associated to COVID-19 and the inability for them to hold events at their locations, or the Blackberry Festival, which funds West Haven significantly. Also, Samoa Peninsula Fire Department submitted a request for startup funding to create a community services district. Each of those agencies did submit a letter formalizing their requests, and those are also contained in your packets today. Due to the unknown financial state of the county as a result of COVID-19, the CAO's office is not recommending any of these additional funding requests at this time. Some of the additional recommendations contained in today's staff report is for an approval of a loan for the McKay Community Forest in the amount of $226,600 to conduct work to the McKay Track Trail. This has been a request made for a number of years now. There's also a request for a transfer from the Tax Loss Reserve Fund of just over $1.1 million. I will note that this fund is tied to property taxes, and it's unknown at this time if this fund will be impacted because of the tax implications associated to COVID-19. And so we may very well return your board at first quarter, reducing this recommendation. There's also a request to approve the utilization of $1 million in fund balance to balance the budget, and a waiver of the contingency reserve and general reserve policy level contributions previously established by your board. So the budget before your board today is in many ways a placeholder. There are many unknowns associated to COVID-19 that we are still trying to investigate and make sound decisions moving forward. So this placeholder allows departments to move forward in the new year with a budget in place to continue providing services to the community. However, some of the unknowns are things such as whether or not there'll be amendments to the shelter-in-place order, whether or not the COVID-19 cases will increase and impact shelter-in-place orders, the long-term impacts to the sales tax-based revenues due to businesses not being able to be fully functional, and the mandates and requirements associated to the CARES Act funding. On June 15th, we'll begin working with departments to identify necessary adjustments to their budgets. We'll ask general fund departments to prepare a 2.5%, 7.5%, and 15% reduction scenarios. We'll also ask all other departments to determine their reduction needs based on their specific funding sources and the impacts to those. Realignment and gas tax revenues in particular are anticipated to be severely impacted. These reductions will be brought back to your board at first quarter in the fall. We worked as much as we could into the budget this year. However, given the poor timing of the pandemic and our desires to keep the budget timeline that was previously determined, we know that other changes will occur, such as the EOC expenses and the reductions to Prop 172. Prop 172 in particular funds public safety. So we wanted to be cautious in reducing those revenue estimates down to ensure that we were still able to provide those services as much as possible. So we'll be returning at first quarter to make those adjustments. However, we have taken them into consideration when estimating what the year-end fund balance will be. Sales tax Measure Z and Prop 172s for revenues for March will begin to come in this month, and that will really allow our office to make informed decisions and to begin studying what those impacts will mean over the next few months. Your board is welcome to make any adjustments you see fit prior to budget adoption. However, we ask that you do view this budget as a placeholder and give staff more time to fully evaluate what the future will look like. Staff, in addition, did meet with the ad hoc committee established by your board at the third quarter report last month. And we will get that group together again prior to the first quarter report to help us finalize the recommendations that will come before your board at that time. Moving into sales tax and Measure Z in particular, as those are going to be the most significantly impacted revenue sources for the general fund. We've worked closely with Hinder Leader DeLamas and Associates, who are the industry leaders in providing local governments with sales tax forecasts and in developing the estimates for sales tax Measure Z and Prop 172. HDL is estimating sales tax to be down 13.5% in the current fiscal year over prior years' allocations, and 5.5% in the coming fiscal year, with recovery from COVID-19 beginning late next fiscal year and continuing into fiscal year 21-22. Measure Z is anticipated to follow similar suit with a decrease of 12.4% in the current year and a decrease of 4% in the next fiscal year. Today we have with us Ken Nordhoff with Hinderleader Delamis, who will provide your board with a little bit of detail in how they develop their estimations and articulate that data for us. Please keep in mind that as more become known about these impacts every day, and estimations are likely to change. And like I've been saying, staff will return to you first quarter to provide additional updates. So with that, I would like to invite Ken Nord in. Ryan's gonna have to assist me with this transition. I'll continue to move through the PowerPoint for him. But Ken, are you there?
I am here. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Welcome.
Thank you.
And I said Nord. I'm sorry, it's Nordhoff. My apologies for that, Ken.
That's okay. You can only imagine how many different ways it's been pronounced over a lifetime. So, yeah, so Alicia and Sean and the staff asked me maybe to provide a little perspective and depth on the 3 areas of sales tax that affect the county budget. So you have what we call a Bradley Burns or a point of sale piece, and then you have your Measure Z revenues. And then also I'll talk a bit about your public safety Prop 172 funds. So maybe zooming out just for the next couple of slides, wanted to make sure the board was aware kind of how we go about our work. We do provide a quarterly statewide economic trends and sales tax trends to all of our clients. And so we're gathering a lot of research and data and analytics based on whatever we can find that's going on to try to formulate where we think sales tax revenues are headed into the future. And we did that in March, but quickly realized that with the crisis of COVID-19 really starting to take hold, we came back with some revised estimates in April, and these are statewide perspectives. So I just wanted to offer that to you because they influence the numbers that Alicia had just shown you in terms of our forecasting. So I wanted to just maybe highlight a few things. We break our sales tax down into several major business groups. There's actually 8, and I'll show you a chart in just a minute. Most of those are in a period of decline because of shelter in place and business closure, and frankly, just an entire shutdown of spending on things that are related to taxable revenue. There is one exception to that, and that has to do with the Wayfair decision. I won't elaborate in great detail, but it's essentially a new law out of the Supreme Court that's generating new revenue into California for taxes collected on out-of-state merchants that historically had not been done. And so there are some new revenues coming in, but they're not making up for the losses in the other groups. We are seeing statewide declines. We estimated about a 10% reduction in this first quarter. It just ended in March. The deepest part of that reduction over this event we see in the second quarter, which was we estimated a 36% decline. And when you consider adding that into the first part of the year where things were actually growing fairly well statewide, the overall statewide reduction in sales tax is estimated at 10%. We see some further reductions, again, that are more front-loaded into the next fiscal year, the first couple of quarters, and then some recovery starting, but still expect at least a 2% decline in sales tax revenues, and then some recovery. So I'm sure that all of you read various reports from economists, et cetera, that talk about a V recession or rebound or an L shape. I've kind of landed, and our company has landed on more of a Nike swoosh or a check mark, where the fall off is fairly dramatic and the recovery is going to be fairly modest. And you can flip to the next slide. And I'll go through some of the broader assumptions. Again, these are statewide, but they apply to your circumstances as well. So even back in early April, we really anticipated, we didn't think shelter in place was going to end quickly. So we thought for sure that was going to run through the end of May, and it turns out that's been the case. There are varying declines across the state, kind of depending upon industry, but certainly categories that have been hit very hard are general retail. So, department stores, specialty shops, people that sell bikes, all these kinds of things, along with tourism and hospitality. They've had great difficulty. They've often suffered, in most cases, a significant amount of the job loss, that while also we believe that's temporary, some of that is going to be permanent and aligned with business hiring or business closure. It's become clear as the weeks have gone by that while we looked at things from a statewide perspective, recovery is going to get very county specific. And so as you've heard over the course of your meeting today, and I listened to your first item regarding your COVID-19 update, your county health folks are really going to be driving what recovery looks like. And it's going to be a rolling reopening or a kind of a staggered transition, even as businesses have to come in and get the appropriate approvals to reopen. There's going to be a lot of uncertainty that lingers around travel, around dining, and holding back on discretionary spending. And you could argue whether that's a new piece of clothing or an automobile. It could vary between households, but certainly that's prevalent. And then even from the business sector, looking at delays or pulling back of businesses traveling, acquiring equipment, or making capital investments into their companies. Next slide, please. So this is just the sales tax distribution chart. So when I talk about sales tax for Humboldt County, I'm just referring to the unincorporated area. So this is the portion of money that you get from your retailers and restaurants that reside in the county unincorporated area and are subject to sales taxes. You can see there are 8 industry groups here, as we call them, and this is your distribution. So it's a fairly balanced series of pie wedges. We don't see that in every community, but you definitely have some dominance in a couple of areas, and we'll go to the next slide and I'll walk you through how that's affecting your sales tax forecast. So given the nature of the county, kind of its ruralness, if you will, it's not surprising there's a fair amount of business and industry types of tax generators that are in agriculture and those kinds of fields, a fair amount of revenue coming from fuel and service stations. And then the third piece, which is a little surprising, at least to me, but it's food and drugs. So this is going to be grocery stores, drug stores, and more recently, because of the efforts across the county, including yourselves, there's been a lot of cannabis-related new revenue that's generated. It's kind of pushed that group higher. So it's third on your pie chart, if you will. Some of the assumptions specific to your forecast, and we do work with Arcata and Eureka and Fortuna as well. So very clear that the online shift to learning at Humboldt State is going to have an impact on the economy, more so probably to Arcata on a sales tax basis, but certainly to the county unincorporated area as well. There's going to be fairly sizable reductions in the current year in auto sales, building materials, fuel and service station, general consumer goods, and restaurants. A lot of that due to closure. And then kind of looking ahead into next year, there's an extension of that, some of those same categories along with reductions in business and industry, some expected permanent loss of business. And then the likelihood, as I mentioned earlier, kind of this check mark or Nike swoosh where recovery is probably going to take 4 or 5 years to get revenues back to the level that they were back in fiscal year 18-19. So we're going to go through kind of the same exercise here just to give you the perspective of Measure Z. The pie wedges here are a little different, in part because of the way the tax law works, where we're less focused on merchants that are in the county, but paying some attention as well to products that are either shipped out of or delivered into Humboldt County, which generates Measure Z. And of course, this is a county-wide tax, not just over the unincorporated area. So it's got a different base and a different composition. And we can go to the next slide. And you'll see the top grouping here differs from what you saw in sales tax. So thinking about what you know of the area, particularly in some of your incorporated cities, there's a higher concentration of general consumer goods. retailers that sell, clothing, specialty products, like I said earlier, discount department stores, those kinds of things. Your business industry group remains strong. And then auto gets higher here. So this has a lot to do with vehicle registration. And regardless of where cars are being bought, the fact that they are being registered by residents or business owners within the county is helping drive revenues for Measure Z. So it becomes a kind of a 2A and 2B there with business and industry, an important part of your revenue base. Some very similar results in terms of the outcome, as you saw earlier in the forecast. The online impacts of the school closure this fall, reductions in some of the categories, this Wayfair decision, meaning people ordering online and getting merchandise, is helping mitigate to some extent the loss in general consumer goods. And then there'll be some extended, again, losses or closures, reductions into 2021, along with some business loss. Next slide. Oh, we're there. Oh, sorry, I went too far.
Yep. All right. Thank you, Ken.
Just one more.
Did I skip one?
Yeah, I just wanted to touch briefly on Prop 172 because you had mentioned it earlier. So we forecast these revenues on a statewide level and a county level. Statewide, we're anticipating 8% declines this year, 2% next year. When we look at what is actually forecast for the county, your county, it's a 13 and then a 9% decline. And that is because we have statewide sales tax data where we can every quarter work up a rolling 4-quarter average and look at how the sales tax performance in Humboldt is doing compared to the other 57 counties in California. You have been declining a little faster, and therefore the revenues anticipated are expected to drop beyond the statewide totals. And so that it's a function of the way the formula works for this, but it matters how Humboldt County is performing relative to sales taxes generated across California. And these are gross numbers, that 10.4 and 9.4 million that you see there, with just a reminder that the county, under a factor or formula that's in the law, retains 96% of those revenues. So that is my report, and I'm certainly glad to be available for questions from the board.
Okay, thank you, Ken. And I have 2 more slides, so I'll just go through those and then we can open it up. Ken will be here if your board has any questions of him. So there are many ways for the public and the community to stay involved, including accessing the county's website, subscribing to the monthly county e-newsletters, and of course the annual proposed budget public hearings taking place virtually on June 15th at 1:30 and 5:30 p.m. and budget adoption taking place on June 23rd at 9 a.m. or soon thereafter. I always like to toot our own horn a little bit. This year, the county was awarded the the GFOA Distinguished Budget Presentation Award. This prestigious award signifies the county's efforts to maintain a transparent and user-friendly document that the public finds useful. In fiscal year 1920, we completely revamped our budget book, and that was a lot of work for departments. So, mirroring what CAO Nilsson said in the beginning, I'd like to conclude by thanking the CAO for her guidance and wisdom in helping us maneuver through the budget process. The management and budget team, who's been working for months now, many hours a day, hundreds of hours in total to put this document together, and as well the county departments who have been really flexible in maneuvering the change that we've put before them and helping us to put together this award-winning document. I'm confident that we will succeed again. This year was our first time ever getting this award, and we will certainly be submitting again in fiscal year 2020-21. And I'm confident that we'll bring home that victory yet again. So with that, I will conclude, and I'm happy to take any questions or feedback your board will have. And of course, Ken is also here available if you have some specific questions for him.
Thank you, Alicia. I would also like to echo your words with regard to the work of staff and the CAO and yourself and this, as you said, award-winning budget process, but also the work that's being done with this unprecedented pandemic emergency. So with that, I'd like to open it up to the board for any questions or comments you might have, questions for Ken or Alicia. And taking advantage of the fact that I'm still speaking, I'm going to ask a question that came to me for Ken, and that is, when do we see the income from online-based retail sales?
Well, you currently see it. You currently see it today. And so are you referring to the Wayfair decision or just online sales in general?
Online sales in general. I mean, when did we see those funds coming in?
Yeah, so those actually have been around for many years. It's just that, of course, 20 years ago, most of us weren't shopping online. That infrastructure wasn't really here. Amazon was really the first kind of introduction to online sales and tax revenue, due to a negotiation with Governor Brown at the time and Amazon back in 2011. So that's been growing some revenues, but you continue to receive that. You have been getting it. You're continuing now to receive more because of this Wayfair decision. So you were getting a lot of tax revenue out of merchandise that was here in California. Now you're starting to see the effects of revenue coming in from online sales for a lot of out-of-state retailers that historically did not have nexus in California. But now that the Wayfair decision has been made, that those are new dollars coming into the county.
Have you seen any, or is it too early to see a trend that there would be an uptick on online sales because of everybody sheltering in place?
It's a little bit early. So the figures that you have were based on what we call fourth quarter 2019 data. So that predates this COVID crisis. We are just this week getting data from the first quarter. And I think we will be able to tell the staff here sometime in June what the effects have been of the impacts and effects have been from that kind of buying or spending.
Great, thank you. Okay, I'm tossing it over to the rest of the board. Anybody got any questions or comments for either Alicia or Ken? Supervisor Madrone, and then
Thank you,
Supervisor
Madam
Wilson.
Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. And Alicia, Amy, all of the staff and the department heads, thank you for all your hard work. This cannot been an easy task to accomplish with all the unknowns and all the literally changing by the hour environment that we're all in. So I thank you from the bottom of my heart for that hard work. And not only is it a winning document, but hopefully we've got a winning budget in there as well that is going to deal with these things in whatever way we need to. With that, I will just say that I do hope that we can find a way to carry over at least $32,000 for the first 5 Humboldt that supplies critical funding to all of the nonprofits who partner with our programs to take care of our kids and children. I know there's going to be requests all over for lots of things, but I just want to put in 2 cents for that. And I know that within each of our districts, we're probably getting requests of dire needs. We all have with various services and stuff, but I will just say that the one that for me rises to the top in the 5th district is the West Haven Volunteer Fire Department. And I appreciate they were working with the CAO's office to have a request for $25,000. Just FYI, short form, that volunteer fire department operates off of blackberry pie sales. And Rex, thank you. You've always bought like 6 or more, a lot of pies every year. It's a great community effort. But there are people like Sean, the chief there, who's been a volunteer firefighter full-time, 7 days a week, 365, 24. And he's been there 32 years, as a volunteer. This department gets no money from the assessment. We sit in an assessment district, but all of that money goes to our Amador agreement with CDF. And we're working with CDF and the county to negotiate some possible changes in that. But for this next year, this department literally will have no money because they can't do their Blackberry Festival. So they'll have maybe $1,000 or $2,000 from selling pies they have frozen from last year. So I believe it's a desperate situation. This department provides incredibly valuable service for our community. So I would be pushing pretty strong for that 25,000 if we can find a way to put that in. But I'm just going to leave it at there because I know there's going to be, there's no new money, as we've all said. So I'll pass it on. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone, Supervisor Wilson, and then Supervisor Bass.
Perfect timing. My neighbor has ceased weed whacking outside the window here, so perfect, good. So I want to, I guess I want to reiterate or back Supervisor Madrone up with relationship to the first 5 funding requests. But I think it's a little early because we really need to have those conversations in the next round. I want to say there's going to be some other issues coming up, and the request that came in from the Vets Hall also makes me think that those, we're talking about impacts to, those are essentially county facilities and the lack of revenues. And so that is an impact. And I want to make sure that we're registering that as an impact to us as, in our facilities, and hoping that maybe that we really seek out opportunities to maybe use some of those facilities so that in terms of any kind of COVID response we may have, so that there's opportunity for them to be used and for them to receive maybe some revenue from that maybe we could be reimbursed from in the future. So I think that's important. And just a side note to Ken, when you mentioned businesses being negatively impacted related to COVID, you put on your list places to sell bikes, and nationally bike sales are up 50%. If you talk to any of the bike shops around here, they're full. I mean, they're full of customers. It's definitely, I would take that off the list of the negatively impacted local businesses, although they have an impact and they're going to see it. But I would say that's one of the I don't know, one of the very thin silver linings would be in that zone there. Other than that, we have some big issues coming up, and I again I want to reiterate the appreciation for the staff of. I mean, I think, and we said this before, since the last collapse in the 2008, staff has been very good at putting aside for a rainy day fund, and we're now at rainy days. And even now we're seeing, I think, strong fiscal conservatism from our staff, but also understanding that it costs money to keep civil society functioning, and we're going to have to spend some money to make that happen. So that's all. I'm appreciative of this first report, and we're going to, at our next meeting on the budget, we're going to have a much more detailed back and forth about where we might be spending or not spending.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And I wanted to, I was going to highlight first 5, but that's been covered pretty well. But I did want to mention, there are some things that have some folks who have asked for the one-time funding, and it's not that, it's not dessert. I mean, obviously, I'm really interested in the Samoa Peninsula Fire District's request for the dollars to actually move forward on the CSD that took a couple of years, if not longer, to create. The peninsula is a place where I think we're going to see some, a lot of economic growth and housing opportunities. But, in talking to Troy, while he would love to see some money come their way, I think he completely understands the challenges that we have. So I guess my question to staff would be, and this is not necessarily budget related, but maybe kind of, do you see something, because you and I had talked with Troy before and kind of mentioned that he might go this direction in as far as helping get the startup cost for the CSD. Do we have any opportunities to perhaps put him in touch with people or help through economic development or any of our other avenues? Maybe that is not a financial contribution, but can still help point them in the direction while they're trying to find funding for that to start at the CSD, because they've got to do it eventually, and now's a good time, except the money's not here from us. So just wondering what your thoughts are.
Through the chair, Supervisor Bass, Troy is definitely in contact with economic development, particularly because he's involved in the Samoa infrastructure group and working on that development. So I can confirm that they're having some additional discussions, but he is in contact with economic development. So I think if there's an opportunity there, those conversations would be occurring, but I'll just double check.
Okay. Well, it's especially given now that what we're looking at and the decisions we have to make, I think I just want to help give them as much direction where they could find the help. So, and I'll look at some other sources as well, but thank you. I'm glad they are in contact, and I'm sure that will continue.
One of the things I wanted to say is echoing off of what Supervisor Wilson said with regard to the additional requests. So some of them definitely COVID related. Are they already going to be included in our request for funding due to the COVID emergency, to CARES or whatever?
So Supervisor Fennell, if I understand your question, you want to know if COVID expenses are...
Right. Some of the additional requests were actually related directly to, say, for instance, the veterans' inability to raise funds because they were closed down, etc.
Okay, I understand your question now. So one of the things that's interesting about the CARES Act funding that we've been informed about is it's not for revenue replacement. So if you've lost revenue, we are not able to provide that lost revenue to the Eureka vets, or not just the Eureka vets, but vets and Fortuna. However, I do think some additional conversations with the veterans groups might be helpful because they may have some COVID-19 expenses that could potentially be reimbursable. The other thing I want to mention about the CARES Act funding is that funding is with the Department of Finance, and the state has to adopt a budget before those funds can be released to counties. And that budget process is currently ongoing, and we don't know all of the additional considerations that the state will place on the CARES Act funding. We do have some federal guidelines which talks about the inability to use the revenue for revenue replacement. But we are in deep anticipation of the state passing their budget so we can get put in our application or attestation for those CARES Act funds.
Supervisor Bohn, thanks, Amy. Supervisor Bohn.
And I'm hoping we get out of this COVID thing sooner than later, but if this COVID thing goes on, maybe we could relook at some of the buildings that we're using and maybe take advantage of using the Vets Hall and backfilling them for some of their lost rents and things like that instead of renting other locations through the federal funds. So, I mean, they can be used on so many different areas, and especially the new Vets Hall. So I'm not going to get district specific because I think Mike will tell you most of the McKay Forest is in his district, but I see they're up there for a $260,000 loan. Redwood is still good. We're probably going to be able to set up a logging plan for next year. So I feel comfortable with getting that paid back over a 2-year period. CCCs are coming to the end of their $600,000 grant. Trails are looking pretty cool out there in my district, but I think there's only about 10 feet, then they go into Mike's. But those are happening. And I think Supervisor Jones mentioned, I think it's $135,000 or $32,000 for first five, but it's not for first five. I mean, we had the public health general up here and saying, what's the worst thing we have? Where are we number one in something besides marijuana? ACEs scores. And I mean, first five is so big on that, and my years of being involved, and we had the state chair up here at a rural RCRC meeting a couple years ago, and they do so much for so little that I would jump on everybody's bandwagon on that. I know there's Estelle, I've got she's feeling pressure, I know, from Maria Dell for $33,000, but I really think it should be known to all the people from Maria Dell that are listening. The $265,000 that we gave Fortuna Police Department went to a drug task force officer who is not patrolling the streets of Fortuna, but he's taking white drugs and hard drugs off the streets of Maria Dell and everywhere throughout the county. And $106,000 went to a school resource officer who goes to Rio Dale Elementary and the high school where your kids go to high school. So even though you didn't get to spend the money, it's benefiting you. So I really think you should rethink things before you make sure you know how deep the water is before you jump into it. So with that, I don't have anything district specific. I just think the ACES is a good idea. And thanks for doing your job, guys. You did it good.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn, and thank you for clarifying that also about the budgeting there earlier from Measure Z. Supervisor Madrone and then Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. There is 132,000 with first five, but apparently they're hoping to get reimbursed 100,000 of that in terms of the timelines and stuff. So it's really the 32,000 carryover, but thank you everybody for speaking for them. The pie chart, Ken, you talked about how our county has kind of a unique pie chart. What I'm seeing there is that there's a lot of diversity in the pie chart. A lot of sectors, between 10 and 20%, in multiple sectors. So, and you mentioned that's not always the case in other counties. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more, please?
Sure. And I don't know if you want to put that chart back up or just have me talk from it. Alicia, do you want to?
Yeah, I can pull it back up.
Yeah. Then we can just we're looking at the same thing. We can just put the sales tax one up there. Yeah, so what, I guess the way I would respond to that is if I were to look at this more over like a statewide chart of the same wedges, I would find a greater pie slice here into autos. You've got a lot of agencies that have fairly sizable auto rows or auto dealerships, so that tends to be a little larger group. You would also find that general consumer goods would be a larger part of many other counties or agencies, cities. But as I said earlier, I think you actually have a nice balance here. I mean, it's not an equal distribution of wedges, but I believe that revenues reflect the way the county has grown up. And so you see a concentration in business and industry, again, which has a lot of farming and agriculture and those kind of things in it, along with food and drug and fuel related, which support those other industries. So I hope that's answering your question.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. And Supervisor Bass?
Supervisor Madrone covered my comments on first five, and I think where the confusion is the board received a letter from Marianne Hansen where the 132,000 was mentioned, but she said in the end they didn't need all that because their big event kind of got sidelined because of the COVID event. So she's more concerned about a specific 32,000 that would go to local agencies. So that's, but just to fill that in. But yeah, Supervisor Bohn, great to have you still as a cheerleader of First Five. And we'd like to keep as much as we can for them for sure.
Supervisor Bohn?
And I know you talked auto rows, Petaluma, all these places that have them. What's the importance of, we do these buy local campaigns, and I know if you buy a car from outside the area, some of the money comes back, the salesman doesn't get the commission and everything else. But you see some areas really pushing the buy local campaign. I mean, all the way from soup to nuts and everything else. I mean, I know now that we're getting some of that Amazon money, it's a little bit better, but I mean, I think 2 weeks ago, UPS here had their busiest week ever, or one of their busiest weeks ever, competing with Christmas season. So, I mean, that'll kind of tell you what the numbers are. And last night, and between 7 and 8, I had 2 vehicles in my neighborhood delivering Amazon. So it's pretty amazing. But do buy local campaigns work because you're in the tax business, and how do cars work out when they buy them from outside the area?
Sure. So I'll answer both parts of that. So certainly buying local makes a lot of sense because the way the online sales works in sales tax law in California, a lot of that money goes into what's called the county pool, and then the county gets a piece of that pool. They share that with the cities. And so while it might look good when you see a lot of Amazon trucks driving around, it's helpful that that pool is growing, but you're just getting a piece of that. And I'm comparing that to, as opposed to going into a local shop. So instead of getting a portion of the money, when you walk in the front door and spend your money at the counter at a local clothing store, specialty shop, restaurant, that is all money that 100% stays with you. Autos are a little different. That's the second part of your question. So depending upon which part of the tax we want to talk about, but from a sales tax perspective, the dealerships retain 1% of the tax rate for that sale. So if a resident buys a car in Eureka or buys a car in Ukiah, those dealerships are going to get that sales tax revenue. Where you're going to benefit is on your Measure Z, because those laws under these, what are called district or transaction taxes, don't worry so much about sale. They're more focused on delivery. And in this case, that's referred to as registration. So all the folks that are living in Humboldt County, regardless of where they buy cars, have got to register those vehicles. Typically is at their address. And so you get the full value of that tax rate as part of an auto sale.
Thank you. A lot of people are always asking. A lot of people always ask that, and I've never bought a car outside the area. I kind of buy them from my neighbors, but I was just wondering.
Yeah, that's how that works.
Thank you, Supervisor Bohn. And Ken, any further comments or questions from the board? Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I did see a few very, kind of smaller requests from facilities and public works facilities, and they seem to be related to really, some holdups related to equipment and things that would slow down potentially the work pace of those organizations. And I will say that when our facilities and public works, much of what they work on is grant related, and those other things that are or have a lot of money leveraged through the states and the feds in terms of those projects, and that's money generating for us. And so I would want to make sure that we take a closer look at those funding requests, if they're helpful in moving those projects forward and thus getting those projects moving so that people in Humboldt County are working and those materials are being purchased and we're bringing in those leveraged funds. So I want to make sure that we're not, whatever, penny short, pound foolish, or whatever it is on those very small requests that we see coming in from there. And if they're performance related, especially for what are revenue generators for us, I just want to make sure we take a closer look at that. That's all.
Thank you. Thank you. If there's no further discussion, I'm going to put this out for public comment. Ryan, I'll go to you and ask you if we have anyone from the public wishing to comment on this item.
Sure, the comment.
Sorry, I didn't catch that. There is one, okay.
Yes.
Go ahead, caller, you're on.
Estelle, Kansawatsky. Hope there's other commenters too on the budget, but I guess we'll have more bites at this apple. I find it interesting that you're going to wait to get your report out on the budget till first quarter. How far away is that? I mean, personally, if I was sitting in a chair, I'd be asking for at least a monthly report out as far as the trends on these things are going. And so you can make timely decisions on a meeting by meeting basis, but that's just how I do my financing. Hey, Rex, I'm glad to hear Redwood's coming back. I've got somewhere on my board here, I think I've got the main buyer from Mendo Redwood. I'll have to give him a call and see if that's what's happening. I hadn't heard that though. And of course, that has to do with what I think Chuck Ciancio said about your ability to get your money for your park there and things. Chuck's not around anymore, I guess, as far as meetings go, but still was a concern at that time that there's going to be a market and funding as needed for, I guess you're doing a loan because it's not available now or something. Anyway, I do, you're directing the auditor controller to transfer 1.158 from that. I recognize that, you're saying maybe you won't do that or maybe you'll do part, but I can't see any reason to transfer it until you know where you're at rather than transferring it and then clawing it back. I know, again, it's approved a 1-year waiver of the board's contingency reserve and general reserve policies that continue reserves, general reserve below policy level. I cannot remember 1 year that I recall that. Do any of you guys recall when you haven't done that particular waiver? Maybe you ought to just be realistic and just drop those reserves down to next to nothing and just call it what it is. So I don't think you've set aside enough acorns for this. We're going to find out. One thing that wasn't brought up at all was Measure S. I thought that was still perceived to be a source of funding. You weren't talking about the trending on that. I believe you have some litigation which you've appealed, which will kind of take the sales out of the fund from that one. And of course, my crystal ball says that your appeal has plenty of funding from HumMap to go ahead and fight that appeal. And I guess you'll see where the judge takes it. But there's a lot of litigation in here I've seen lately. And I'm not sure whether you have enough reserves or set-asides or not, a lack of understanding maybe that when you have litigation and these funds are paying out money, they're going to come back later and raise your rates. That's pretty well. I don't see that built into your budget at all as far as that anticipated thing. So obviously I'm not optimistic. I wish you were being more conservative than you are. Kind of like Arcata seems to be doing pretty good. I think they seem to be taking the opposite of you folks, a very, very conservative side. Eureka's kind of down the middle, and of course everybody varies, but best of luck on this budget, and I would consider it to be a soft budget, something that you're going to be changing on an ongoing basis. I would like to see it changed monthly, but that's just the way I do things. Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak on your budget.
Thank you, Kent. Any further comment on this item?
Hello, this is Matthew Marshall. I'm the Assistant Fire Chief with the West Haven Volunteer Fire Department, and just briefly wanted to thank staff for including our request and also for Supervisor Madrone's support. Just to provide additional context, as I think you all are aware, the County of Humboldt is responsible for fire service in CSA 4 area, which goes from Cornell up to the south end of Oric, and so we're sort of unique in that the West Haven service area is within CSA 4. We don't receive any of the benefit assessment, even though our service area makes up about half of CSA 4, although we obviously benefit from Measure Z, which we're very grateful for. And for the portion of CSA 4 that we cover, we've been able since 2015 to increase the fire protection rating up to a 5 from a 10, which is the score of the rest of the area that isn't served by West Haven Fire. So we just wanted to kind of highlight that our request. We're realizing that there's many priorities and it's a very challenging situation. That we've since 1950 provided a service to the community that specifically supports the county's obligations in providing service to CSA 4, even though that we don't traditionally receive any funding for that. But as was noted, our revenue all comes from donations and our festival. We're truly a bake sale department, and the loss of revenue from events as well as community hall rentals basically evaporates our operating budget for the year, and so that's why we were we appreciate your consideration for our request this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. Any further comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes the public comment for this item.
Thank you, Ryan. Bring it back to the board. Any further discussion? Seeing none, I'll entertain a motion or make one myself.
I'll move that we move forward with the the recommended recommendations from staff. And I think they heard from us related to comments for some of these expenditures. And I don't know if Amy requires any direct changes to the recommendations here, or if what is here is good enough to move forward.
Through the chair, Supervisor Wilson, we will take your comments into consideration. And as you all are aware, we will have the budget hearings on June 15th. And so we'll bring a spreadsheet with these considerations that your board has mentioned today and talk about where that funding might come from. So I think we have enough direction at this point in time.
Okay, so my motion stands as going with the recommendations from staff.
Second.
A motion and a second. Any further discussion? Let's go with the roll call, Ryan.
Thank you, Chair
Yes.
Fennell. Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson,
Yes.
Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
and Supervisor Fennell.
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you. And again, thank you very much to staff and for those paying attention here. June 15th is a Monday, and there will be two hearings, one at 1:30 and one at 5:30. So hope to see everybody who's interested in the budget participate in that, as well as the other ways that we mentioned earlier. So we've still got quite a bit of work here. I think we'll probably just jump right into the Planning and Building Department and get an update on the general plan as well as the housing element. Welcome, Director Ford.
Thank you, Chair Fennell. Good afternoon. And good afternoon to the members of the Board of Supervisors. John Ford with the Planning and Building Department to introduce the annual report for the implementation of the general plan and also the housing element. Joining me is Michelle Nielsen. Just wanted to say a couple introductory remarks before Ms. Nielsen gives a more detailed report. These annual reports, as mentioned in the board report, are requirements of state law. But they do give the board an opportunity to evaluate whether adequate progress is being made and to adjust if adjustment and priorities are necessary. One of the things I would say is there's a large number of projects and initiatives that are being undertaken as part of the general plan and housing element implementation. And I just want to briefly identify some of the things that are currently moving right now. We're updating the Humboldt Bay Area plan to address sea level rise, to address coastal dependent industrial land use and zoning, tsunami inundation, and also for purposes of economic development. We're working on a county-wide climate action plan. We're working on development of an accessory dwelling unit ordinance. We're working on the update of the development of the McKinleyville Town Center zoning ordinance. We're working on repeal of Article 34 so that the county can proactively participate in development of housing within the county. We've started but are not working actively right now on updating the zoning ordinance, both the districts and the maps due to ongoing litigation. We're currently working on an EIR for the ocean outfall for water quality on the Samoa Peninsula. And then we're also amending the commercial cannabis land use ordinance to facilitate permitting of small farms and also to create provisions for small greenhouses and personal cultivation. All of these are large projects and will be in front of the Board of Supervisors. Many of them will be in front of the Board of Supervisors within this calendar year. We're not recommending or proposing that the board make any action to change the current work program or priorities. Now I'll ask Ms. Nielsen to go through some of the more specific information contained in the report.
Good afternoon, Board of Supervisors. Let me share my screen here. So can everybody hear me? And can everybody see my screen, hopefully?
Yes.
Okay, all right. So let me just jump to here. Get to the right. So the general plan annual progress report is, oops, just lost my place. So the preparation and filing of the general plan annual progress report is a statutory requirement, as Director Ford indicated. It is due annually to the state by April 1st. For the housing element, the form that is used is mandatory and is prescribed by state law. For the remainder of the general plan, there's not a prescribed form. There's discretion in for jurisdictions as how they report their progress. So what is the purpose of the general plan and progress report? It's to provide the Board of Supervisors and the community a status update on the general plan and progress on its implementation. It also provides a review, especially maybe if your general plan's a little older, of its consistency with the state's general plan guidelines. And as Director Ford indicated, it may surface the need to recalibrate your general plan, maybe the need to consider some course adjustments and modifications, and also look at other methods that may lead to more effective implementation measure. Ultimately, essentially, we're talking about an accountability document. As far as the county status, general plan status, it was updated, it was adopted by the Board of Supervisors in October 2017, so it's fairly new. The planning period for a general plan is typically 20 years. However, in the case of the housing element, the update cycle and the frequency is dictated by statute and is in fact enforced by the California Department of Housing and Community Development. And for the housing element, we're on an 8-year cycle with the next update due August 2027. As far as consistency with the general plan guidelines, these are guidelines that are adopted by the state. They're comprehensive regarding relevant statute and case law, but they, again, aren't prescriptive for the bulk of the general plan. This leaves jurisdictions the ability to decide how best to address contemporary planning issues locally. At the time when the county's general plan was adopted, there was 8 mandatory elements. Since then, there's now a mandate for environmental justice, for their general plans to contain an environmental justice element, or for those features and programs to be sprinkled about in the other elements. And so even though we don't have to go back and update our general plan, the requirement to prepare a environmental justice element is triggered when 2 or more elements of your general plan is updated. There is going to be a future need for the county to do this work because there's forthcoming amendments needed for the land use, safety, and conservation elements. So the county will hit that trigger, and the need for this work has been accounted in the long-range planning's work program. And as demographics are a significant variable, the work program, the initiation to begin this work is tied to completion of the 2020 census. So we do have some room. It's not an immediate action item. As far as other general plan guidelines consistency, was your general plan prepared in accordance with SB 18 and AB 52? Those were on the books at the time of adoption. So the county's general plan that consultation, tribal consultation, was undertaken and completed as part of the general plan. Another consideration in the general plan guidelines is the collaboration and planning for military lands and facilities. The county's public GIS includes mapping of military training routes and operating areas, so developers and the public have an awareness that this information is easily accessible. So those, if that's a constraint for a project, that can be accounted early on in the process. So, and Director Ford reviewed many of the work programs that are in progress. Things that have been accomplished has been the updated the county zoning regulations and maps, which are important amendments that were completed. These amendments maintain consistency between the general plan and the zoning regulations. They operationalize and translate the general plan's goals, policies, and standards into everyday land use planning. As part of this effort, there was numerous public workshops resulting in the amendments being presented to the board in first quarter of 2019. That work continued through the fourth quarter of 2019. Another accomplishment as part of the general plan implementation was the 2019. We prepared, adopted, and our housing element was certified. So that's a major accomplishment. So I skipped a slide here. So we'll go to housing element. So as I indicated earlier, the housing element update is on a different cycle. How we report our housing element progress is prescribed by statute. In 2017, there was some significant legislative changes to the housing element law and reporting. And there's now a requirement that we not only report on building permits issued, but we also report on building permits applied for and planning permits applied for, which is what this slide represents. We can see, there's the 2018 and 2019 data by income category, and then also by types of housing units. Previously, this data wasn't reported to the state. Some of these large jumps in the number of units that we see for 2019, staff anticipates and expects it's related to, there was significant changes in the building code for 2020 regarding installation of solar for all new residential construction. And we understand from the building community, they were trying to get ahead of that requirement. So this represents just building permits and planning permits applied for. So our next slide shows over the entire fifth cycle, which ran from 2014 and included the 2019, the housing production, and with the highs and lows. As you can see, our low point was 2016 with 71 units produced, and then our high was last year. We also have ADUs. In terms of average, overall, we had an average of 124 units. And then a little bit more detail on our ADU production. We saw that it kind of mirrored the overall production, but generally an upward trend in the number of ADUs permitted. So this slide shows the estimated affordability for the building permits that were actually issued and the types of housing units. And as you can see, and the green is highlighting some pretty big jumps, which for very low income deed restricted housing units, this was our entire production, actually for the entire fifth cycle. And this is the Samoa Advance project, these 79 units here. And a good chunk of this 103 of moderate income units, are 66 of them are the garden apartments. So you'll see that reflected in, because these were both multifamily developments. So you see this huge jump in the number of housing multifamily. And so overall, in terms of looking at RHNA progress, so this slide is showing the RHNA targets, which is the blue values here, bar chart of the bars, and then what our actual progress was from 2014 to 2019, and which is represented by the gray and, well, in the green too, because we had a significant if you could say overproduction between what we were, what the RHNA target was. And then finally, this shows in terms of our implementation programs and our housing element. In the 2018 annual progress report, we reported on the remaining implementation measures from the 2014 housing element. And then in 2019, we reported on the newly adopted housing element, the progress that had been made on the implementation measures. So these are, in terms of the housing elements, these are not the same housing elements. And the 2014 housing element had less than 50 measures, and most of them we completed the work. And 2019, we're just getting started, as can be seen here. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them, and happy to get any input that you may have.
Thank you, Michelle, and thank you, Director Ford. Any questions or comments from the board on this item? Okay, so seeing none, I'll put it out. Oh, Supervisor Bohn.
Do we see a trend? I hear from a lot of the older builders, which that's all there is anymore. The trend is we don't have any buildable lots. And we've got land out there, but the cost of making them a buildable lot with all the bells and whistles, there's no way. I mean, you're well into $120,000, $150,000 before you ever have the lot. So your chances of making anything affordable. So the only thing we're going to be able to build is Big Gray, and like down here at 4th Street, you know, the 50 units coming on there, and they can't be considered affordable at the cost of what they are per unit. So do you see a trend? Because there's no young guys coming up building subdivisions because nobody can sit on, you know, 1.2, 1.4, depending how big they want to go, $1 million to develop. So John, is there any way is there any things throughout not necessarily California, I know, but somewhere out of California that they've are alleviating some of these constraints on this housing so we can actually build some houses? I mean, I'm not talking boxes that we can all pile up and, you know, and money to a building. I'm talking about they can actually have the dream of owning a house. All the old builders say it's not going to happen. So I hope they're all wrong. But what do you see?
Well, so part of the struggle is that housing sales, housing production is always tied to the market. And there are two things that you ask in the question there. You know, number one is the land cost. And obviously oversupply will drive prices down. And so a lot of maps that are currently approved but unrecorded. So there's a lot of paper lots that exist. There are lots that exist in inventory too. We have sufficient development potential to go through the general plan cycle, clearly through this RENA cycle. And the struggle isn't availability. The struggle realistically is finding a way to get these lots development ready at a price that would allow the cost of the house, the finished product, to be affordable to the wage scale that we've got here in Humboldt County. That's the horrible disconnect we've got right now.
I mean, I just got my notice for around Redwood Fields. And I mean, it's 300 homes over a 25-year period. The cost of the infrastructure is going to be ginormous, and everybody's asking for more. And a couple developers have walked away from it. Now we have one that, you know, and damn those developers. But, you know, I hope this one can hang in there. I mean, he's put a lot of effort, time, and probably well over $1.5 million into this. I mean, $1.5 million isn't that much for 300. Well, yes, it still is. So, I mean, that doesn't include the property costs. So I don't know. Is there anything we can do as a board to meet all the environmental concerns and meet all the directions we want, and still be able to provide affordable housing to meet these people's dreams of owning a house in a situation where it's actually affordable. And I don't know, can we go down to I know back in the 70s when I was looking at my first houses I was looking at lots of 40 by 70, 1,200 square foot houses, but I don't know if that's any better than a box, but I mean, they're still out there. I don't know if we can do that. I know we talk about infill a lot, but I don't know. I'd like to count how many lots are available in Eureka. And Mike would know better how many are available in Arcata. I mean, I don't think there's a whole bunch of buildable lots, and there's nothing available that could make it a affordable house. So we're going to have to do the parameters and sprawl to meet some of these demands if we're going to need to build some of these houses. I believe, unless somebody's got something I'm not seeing. I mean, we talk about it. You're right. We have paper lots. We have 40 acres over here that should be able to do 240 lots over the next 20 years. But that's the same 240 lots we were counting when Kirk Gerard was here. So, I mean, and we're just not getting there. And these small subdivisions of 10 and 12 houses, I've been on every one of them because there's been big issues about the asks, school, fire, solar, hookup fees have gone through the roof because we have to pay for the new Martin Slough. I mean, it's just, and I don't know where we go at this. If we're really intent on building housing, if we're really intent on just talking about needing housing, we're doing a great job, but we're not really putting an effort forward for anybody. And this isn't for my rich developers. I'd love to see some poor guys come in here. The problem is the rich developers, those bad guys, are the only ones that can afford to build moderate and low priced housing, because two of the ones now, I mean, the Peninsula and the one go out and Cutting has a large majority of workforce housing involved, which they won't make a lot of money on. Heaven forbid they're going to make some money, more power to them, because then they'll pay taxes and things like that, which we're short of. But is there anything we can do as a board without sacrificing our moral values to help houses actually get built, short of putting 300 square foot tiny houses in everybody's backyard?
So one of the things that the board did in adopting the housing element was to identify that we wanted to create a new zoning district that would allow the smaller size lots, just like what you're talking about. When you increase density, you disperse the cost among more units, you allow a lower cost per unit, and that is something that we definitely want to pursue. The other thing that you brought up is the cost of the infrastructure, the cost of permitting. And so permitting cost is something that we can probably help with, and work to either pre-permit sites or do something. We can't give away entitlements, but hopefully we can do things that incentivize development in such a way that it allows creation of workforce housing. The other component of that is that we really do need to be able to work with some of the CSDs and address some of the costs of extending utilities. The project that you're talking about that's out around the ball fields, that has a huge offsite improvement, not only for transportation costs, but just also to connect to the sewer. So those are real things that we have to deal with. We've got to get the sewer to flow from somewhere, and we've got to get water pressure from somewhere, and then we've got to have some way to move people back and forth from work to home, to the store, to services.
Well, and the one that's happening out in Cutting, just for everybody's benefit, we were having public hearings on that 25 years ago. I still have the records. So, because I was the benefactor of 11 acres in the middle of it, but it was a different owner. I don't know anybody or anything else, but I do owe the people of Humboldt County to provide housing, and there's not a lot of housing going on, and there is a demand for housing. You talk to any realtor, they can sell it if it's listed. Listings are down immensely.
So on that note, and then I'll go to Supervisor Bass, but with regard to the repeal of Article 34, is that going to help in any way? I mean, we certainly have the Lucas Street property.
Well, we believe the repeal of Article 34 will give us the ability to partner more proactively in doing some of these things. Some of the stigma that the county brings is the cost of having to do prevailing wage. But we're hopeful that we can do things in a way that we would benefit the land and pre-approve things, whether that be through the utility extensions, through the roads, to kind of separate out some of those public facility needs, and then just allow the bare lot costs to be something separate. If we can start to carve into that, we can get the price of the dirt down a little bit. The cost of producing the housing is fairly constant. You know, we're not going to get it much below $200 a square foot for new construction.
So, plus, which we're looking at, you know, post-COVID, trying to balance the budget, etc., maybe making our footprint smaller with a lot of electronic work happening in avenues such as this, in venues such as this. So, I mean, I do see some level of our ability as a county to help with this affordable housing issue. Just saying. Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Actually, I was going to mention Article 34 as well, and I understand Arcata was also talking about this like this same week that we were. So hopefully we are in contact with them and actually do make this more of a partnership in moving that forward. And I was listening to Supervisor Bohn. I mean, yeah, Eureka, there's a lot of lots actually when you walk by, and there's a lot that probably could be developed, but there happens to be this, you know, kind of like, you can't make people sell their property is what I think. I go walking and people say, well, why isn't there a house there? And why isn't there a house there? It's like, well, because the person who lives, you know, in that house over there would like to keep their yard, you know, and so there's also the realization is like, just because we see something that's open land doesn't mean that you can absolutely, I mean, I guess someone could try to buy the property, but it's not, you know, we can't make people build there either, even if it is, at least I don't think we can, you know, if it's ready to go, but it just needs to be, you know, separated from a different piece of property or whatever. We can't make people do it. And if we can, then please tell me I'm wrong, but I don't think I want to be the one telling them to do that. It's like, no, sorry, you get a house right there. But I do think there are a lot of opportunities. And I guess it doesn't hurt to keep, you know, talking to people who own those lots, but then that's only one at a time. And I know Supervisor Bohn seems to have the most action out and cutting coming up. So, you know, I can understand the concerns he has for the great amount of money that is costing the developer just to try to move forward. It's craziness.
Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, and I agree, Virginia. There does seem to be lots, but most of them are owned by the neighbor next door has bought it and is now using it for his yard. So he's expanding that. I'm not looking at that. I'm looking more at multi-unit subdivision, things along the same line. Live communities, much like Supervisor Wilson would love, you know, bikeable, and you know those little suburbs over out in Cutton where the kids drive. I mean, they play baseball in the middle of the park because they have one ingress, or a couple ingress, but they have a lot of cul-de-sacs on the end of them and things like that. So those are great things. I mean, the single lots, you know, I agree with. I worry about my traffic flow out in Cutton and got a pretty good traffic plan, and you know, and then I've got to deal with nobody wants it to happen, and don't throw this down. But like I said, it's a 26 year project. And it's housing. I mean, you know, there's going to be a time where we look at, you know, Forrester Gill on the different level rather than 300,000 square foot of retail, and then maybe I'll build some houses. So, I mean, there's a lot of areas like that. Humboldt Hill's been doing pretty good on filling up some of the holes and things like that. But I've talked to some guys out there, and it's just getting to be, wetlands delineation for a half acre of wetlands delineation, or the big one is I've got an 8 acre parcel I want to split, but it's ag, so we can't do it. But then they say, well, we took 90 acres of ag out in Elk River and just gave it to the BLM for parking in a park, and it's not in production anymore. So those little things pop up about we're losing so much land to our government that are going out of production, tax rolls, everything. So I would love to be able to work with some of these people where it makes it look a lot better to put some housing in. And John's been great with working with a lot of people, but I think we need to have a overall effect and still meet the warm and fuzzy where we meet all the environmental needs and all those things. But it can't come at such an extreme cost it doesn't happen, because then we don't have housing. So unless we do something different about, we're not gaining a population. That's the one good thing about it. Looks like we're losing population again this year, I heard. But so, I mean, we're not gaining like some other places, but I do think if we're going to there's attrition with the houses that are burning and going out of the way and things like that, and the empty lots Virginia talks about. But I think there should be more focus on how we can streamline the process, because we only have a 6-month building window a lot of the times too. And these guys that get their building permit in September and October are kind of in a bind sometimes. So if we could do something, I think it'd be a great thing. And I think if we could do it, maybe I could get some broke contractors in here so it wouldn't feel so nasty to anybody, but it's still going to have to happen, you guys.
Thank you. Thank you. Any further comment from the board? Any further discussion? Supervisor Wilson.
Well, I appreciate being Supervisor Bohn's straw man over and over on these conversations about what I think about things, but which puts me in a position to have to speak for myself, I guess. I will say that Arcata has had a lot of success in housing developments. There are some smaller subdivisions and there are some infills, but really it's been multi-family, multi-unit developments. They've been successful. They're filling up. We're doing pretty well. At least when I say we, I mean the community of Arcata in that. And that's because of access to the infrastructure required to make that happen. And also, there are development fees associated with all those things, something that our county doesn't do so much of. And when we talk about affordability, there is affordability to build, but we have to understand that we as a government have to afford to be able to service those spaces and places as well. And unless that's set up, someone's going to pay for that eventually. And so it's not, none of it is free. And we do know that location and accessibility to services and is important in all of that. I have, I'm looking at the numbers that have been given to us in terms of like where housing's being built, above moderate or, the more expensive homes are pretty much a pretty big focus on a lot of what we've had. And so when we talk about equity and environmental justice moving forward in our planning processes, what gets built is going to be part of that conversation. Who has access is going to be part of that. It's not current, it hasn't been triggered yet, but it will be. And so we do need to think about that as we move forward. So I think that the staff's been doing a good job based on the, that push and pull of these issues as demonstrated by Supervisor Bohn and myself in terms of the expectations of the past versus what they may be different in the future, and and the vision of what housing is. I mean, it just what is actually affordable by not just the individuals living in a space, but what's affordable for a community to support. And I think that's important to think about as we move forward. I know you guys are continuing with those conversations, and then also preservation of our landscapes and we've heard over and over from our population, from our constituents that that's also really important. And preservation of agricultural values, open space values, timber value, working landscapes, those are things we is important. And I know it seems like that, you know, that we have met a lot of space to go, and then there's plenty of room for everything. But, you know, there are a lot of places that used to think that is not a thing anymore. And so, and I think a lot of people have seen that happen and are concerned about that. And we're not talking about places like Santa Rosa. We're talking about places like Paradise, or those, you know, and where subdivisions were on a very different scale. And I think we're gonna have to continue this conversation. But I appreciate staff and John and everybody else, you know, letting not just us as supervisors talk about these issues, but the public as well.
Thank you, Supervisor Wilson. Any further discussion before I put this out for public comment? Let's go to public comment on this item. Ryan, do we have anyone waiting to talk on this update on the general plan and the housing element?
Yes, Chair Fennell, we have one person ready to speak.
Okay, great. Hi, caller. You should be there.
Estelle, surprise! Guess who it is?
I kind of figured that.
Yeah, you've got a great crystal ball, you know, when it comes to. So what is this straw man thing? The Wizard of Oz, wasn't that the guy who didn't have a brain? I don't know what's being said about that. Anyway, let me help you a little bit here. So, being one of those evil developers who does no good whatsoever, I'm having a hard time doing anything in the county. Easy time doing something in Mexico. Looking forward to maybe doing something with the sovereign nations. So there we go. Since they seem to be easier to get along with than other things. So here's an example of what you look at. And John Ford can correct me if I'm wrong, but you have a modular facility up there in Humboldt. And so you were designing these ADUs or whatever the name of it is these days. And you're basically 8 feet wide by 40 feet long. You've got a 6 foot setback, if I recall, and just ask John if it's a 6 foot setback. And I don't know if you can have a 6 foot setback that's shared. So let's just say you've got a width there. If even a 6 and 6 and 12 and 8, that's 20 feet. So you need 20 feet wide. Be nice to have a depth where you could also park a car in front of that. And so you have 40 feet, and just let's go ahead and say another 20 feet in the front and 20 feet per yard in the back. So you've got what, 80 feet depth. So if you take that design, and then here's another thing, when you have a developer, an evil developer, does that have to be all paved? Or if you're working with a sovereign nation, do you have to put in sidewalks? All those things add up. So just to let you know why this does not happen in the county, it is the Community Services District. I talked to doing a project out here, out in Glendale out there. I have the road. It's in the district, $25,000 per unit hookup fee. That doesn't have anything to do with the actual physical cost of hooking up or anything. So if you're trying to put in, just do the math for 40 hookup fees for that. Hopefully, the Community Services District, with the help of Michelle and John's staff, will find some way around that where we could consider doing a project that is affordable. If you're willing to split those things and allow us to have those size lots, I don't have any angst in having people be able to purchase those. So that's a little bit of something to help, maybe. I don't know. It's just stay out of the box, you know, get out of the box, think out on the outside, and work with John Ford. He's sharp as heck when it comes down to stuff.
Thank you, Kent. Any further public comment on this item?
That concludes public comment.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Go back to Supervisor Wilson.
Yeah, I didn't want to hang this whole discussion up on housing because I think the staff brought up some pretty important points related to the efforts out on the peninsula and our Humboldt Bay plan or area plan, as well as I mean, basically, in that those efforts in the planning around Humboldt Bay, and I think that there has been a lot of progress made in that. I would like to see more of that. I do like Virginia has said, that is kind of a core of not just, it's part of our economic development processes as we move forward, and probably some of our best opportunities. As was mentioned before, with we talked about in the budget in terms of the issue with this, Samoa and the infrastructure out there, and the district. I think those are things that the staff has been working really hard on and moving forward. I do want to bring it back to, again, one more time. I do think that the environmental justice elements of general plan processes are going to be something that we're going to talk about more in the future. I would say that in sort of reference to what we went through with Terrigen and other projects, that we may want to be considering talking about what reparations look like in our land use planning processes. This is a discussion that will be hard to have at some point, but I think we're going to have to talk about it if we're going to be in terms of like what kind of policies do we talk about in regards to that, if we're going to be advancing that, because those are some of the issues that are going to be happening not just here but other places. And if you're first and we're in front of this issue and really trying hard to address it, then we can lead the way instead of trying to play catch up. So I'm hoping that we'll have those conversations in the future.
Supervisor Bohn?
Because I'm a little dense, what is the full meaning of environmental justice?
Director Ford?
I've heard it 3 times now.
Yeah, so basically what it is seeking to do is that there are institutions and ways of thinking, people, prejudices that tend to discriminate against certain classes of people. And so what an environmental justice element would seek to do is level that field so that there are not inherent biases throughout the entire process and decision making.
Supervisor Bohn? I wasn't sure if your camera had frozen.
Not just me. All right. Thank you. Wow.
Supervisor Madrone?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good discussion. Thank you, John and Michelle, for bringing us these updates. Very much appreciated. I've been involved with John and Michelle and his staff at a lot of these updates in McKinleyville because we've been pretty active with the MCMAC and trying to provide feedback on a lot of these issues, from Article 34 to ADUs, town centers, et cetera. And I agree, affordability is critical. And when I look at the charts of those last couple of years, the big missing piece is the very low and the low income. I mean, that's what's not being built. And as well as ADUs, they're just a blip on the screen going nowhere. And if we think about it, it's that housing in particular that helps increase the homelessness problem and increases costs for the community all over the place as well. And that's where the environmental justice starts coming in. If we help large developers, which I fully support, and provide appropriate subsidies with sewer and water or other land development, which I fully support, we also need to think about how we do that for the poorest in the community, and that's the very low and the low income. And that's how we create that environmental justice, is trying to figure out how to provide incentives, subsidies, incentives, et cetera, for all classes of housing so that we can increase those charts in those areas in particular. And, when we look at where we're at, we've got the housing element. Now we're going to be working on ordinances for ADUs and other parts of the housing element to implement. And that's going to open up, along with hopefully Article 34 going away for us, that's going to open up the ability of the county to partner in a way we've never been able to do with developers, with landowners, and cities and service districts. And, we're all developers, really. I mean, some of the developers are really big. I support them. I work with them. There are moderate sized ones. And then there's the individual landowner who's a developer that might want to put an ADU or two on. So development happens at all levels. And the more we incentivize it at all levels, the sooner we'll start dealing with some of our homelessness issues and other problems in our community. So, you know, how do we get there? Well, we do what we can. I mean, we're not going to be able to change everything. And I agree. I think middle income homes have gotten really hard to come by, perhaps, but not as hard as the low income and very low income. And so what we do is we incentivize it, you know, for what we're doing with the housing element, the ordinance updates, Article 34, will make it possible for these things to happen. But when you're looking at $30,000 to build an ADU, but then the sewer regulations still are going to cause you to spend 15 to 20 grand on the sewer system, it doesn't happen. So it stays a blip on the screen. And so there's a disconnect there. And I've started talking with our legislators. I think we can ask our lobbyists and all of us. We need to get the state to create better connections between this affordable housing movement and what ends up happening with the requirements for sewer and solar. And so, for instance, with solar and other energy improvements, insulation, other materials that go into fire safety, as well as energy savings requirements, if we incentivize those and we don't call those property improvements, that then you get taxed on every year. I know that takes tax money away from the government, but that's kind of how it works. If we can incentivize things up front, we might lose a little money, but we gain a huge amount by solving problems in the community. So it's a win-win situation. And so I think there's a lot we can do right now, working with the state and our representatives to change some of these things. And the county, I think, I admire what the county is doing and what John and his department are doing to try and bring these things forward. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. One final note here. I know we talked a lot about the housing element, and we also, as Michelle indicated, there's a lot more that you're working on, including the small farmer and the personal grow with regard to cannabis. Can you give us an idea of how far along you are? I mean, I know I'm just kind of a leading question because I'm working with you and with Supervisor Madrone on this, but I'd like for the public to know where that stands, if you wouldn't mind, Director Ford.
No, absolutely. Thank you, Chair Fennell. And as you know, we have prepared a draft of the small farmer provisions that we are currently sending out for consultation with the tribes. And we're working on setting up public discussions to introduce that in some public workshops and then to really take it back to begin the public hearing process. We're also responding to something that was submitted as an initiative that actually makes some sense, which is to identify small greenhouses, the number that was given was 600 square feet, as something that is an exempt building that has the presumption that it is legal and what's going on within that is legal, and that it would be something that is an acceptable accessory dwelling unit, and then to clarify what the allowance for personal cultivation is on particularly parcels that are over 5 acres. Right now, our personal grow provisions only address parcels that are 5 acres and less.
Thank you. Thank you. I think you used one slip of the tongue as accessory dwelling unit. I don't think that's what you meant.
No, right, accessory structures. Yep.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, just for the record.
They can be both.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Ford. And is there any further discussion on this item? Seeing none, we do have some items that, you know, some action is associated with this. So I'd entertain a motion or I'll make a motion to accept staff recommendation.
Second.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Okay, Ryan, if you could go with that, please.
Yes.
Supervisor Bass,
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson, Supervisor Madrone,
Yes.
Supervisor Fennell.
Yes. Thank you
Passed.
very
Thank
much, everybody. Appreciate all of the hard work that's going on. So when we came back out of, thank you. When we came back out of closed session, I said, if you guys wanted to, we could do a mini break. But I do think the next two items may not take a whole lot of time. Do you want me to keep going? Or does anybody request a little bit of a break?
I'd like
Seeing
5
none.
minutes if possible.
5 minutes, okay.
Yeah, I
All right.
mean, you're in your house, so you can't get that lost.
Can you run that fast?
Okay, we're going
I
5
can.
minutes. So Ryan, can you just mute that then so we don't all have to log back in?
Yeah, everyone can stay in the meeting. I would just mute your mics and turn off your video.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
5 minutes.
No, I don't. Oh, she's here. Maybe she's just not on the meeting quite yet.
Oh, there. Okay, got her. Excellent. I think we can move. So let's go to the Public Works item, which is the ordinance amending a number of sections related to stop signs and parking. And I will toss this one to Mr. Bronco from Public Works.
Hi, good afternoon. Considering it's late in the afternoon, I'll keep my staff report on this fairly brief. This is one of our routine agenda items to go ahead and update county code to include new stop signs, as well as cleaning up issues with county code that might have inaccuracies or mistakes in it. And along with it, it does include a proposal for new parking prohibitions along F Street and Oak Street in the Eureka area. And this came about as a result of community concerns regarding a recent line of collisions that occurred at this intersection over the past half a year or so. And as a result, Public Works went out and we took a look at the intersection and came up with some recommendations for what can be done at the intersection. We did go ahead and look at a stop sign warrant to add stop signs to the intersection. We did go ahead and look at a traffic signal warrant analysis for installing a traffic signal at the intersection. And at this time, neither the stop sign or the traffic signal meet the warrants for the intersection. However, it did come close to meeting the warrants for the traffic signal. And I suspect that in the near future, it will eventually meet those requirements. And as such, it's something where the department is beginning to look for funding sources for the installation of a traffic signal at that intersection. That way, as funding does become available at that time, hopefully it'll be meeting warrants and the two will line up and we'll be able to get a traffic signal installed there. I'll share my screen to put a PowerPoint up here, so hopefully this works.
Sorry, Council Billingsley.
Just procedurally, I think I should introduce and read it into the record before we proceed.
Thank you. Sorry for that little lapse there. Please go ahead, Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. Before the board this afternoon is introduction of an ordinance amending sections 421-1 through 421-7 relating to stop signs in the Eureka, Shelter Cove, Redway, and Garberville areas of Chapter 1 of Division 2 of Title 4 of the Humboldt County Code, and amending sections 431-34 and 431-84 related to parking restrictions in the Eureka area of Chapter 1 of Division 3 of Title 4 of the Humboldt County Code. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair,
Now,
can I ask?
yes.
Can I ask Mr. Bronkel to, that we know what warrants are. Can he maybe explain a little bit what the traffic warrants are in case some of the folks are watching who may want to comment?
Certainly. There is a document that the county needs to abide by, as well as all local agencies. It's called the California Manual of Uniform Traffic Control Devices. And this manual explains how and when traffic control devices are to be used on roads. And it has two different sections, one for stop signs and a different section for traffic signals. The idea is that these devices are not to be used indiscriminately. They're not to be used to go ahead and regulate the speed of traffic. They're there to go ahead and regulate the efficient movement of traffic through the intersection to make sure that intersections are operating safely. So with that, the issues that come into play with your stop sign warrants is the volume of the minor street, the volume of the traffic on the minor street high enough that the traffic is not able to go ahead and cross through the intersection or turn onto the major street? Is there a high volume of pedestrians that have a difficult time going ahead and crossing the street? Those are the sorts of things that come into play with both the stop sign warrants as well as the traffic signal warrants. The ability for traffic that's being stopped on the minor lanes to be able to navigate through the intersection. So with that,
I know that I'm pretty sure that Supervisor Bass is reflecting a little bit on the input that we got earlier regarding Oak and F Street. So I think we'll probably discuss that a little bit more. But yeah, let's go ahead with your presentation, Bob, please.
All right.
Thank you.
Let's get it in start mode. All right. So when Public Works went out to investigate the intersection, oops, moved a slide by mistake. There's existing red curb out there, and that's reflected in yellow in the diagram. That reflects the existing no parking zones as they currently exist right now. And after reviewing the traffic conditions and the site visibility along the road, Public Works is proposing to increase the length of the no parking zones to improve the sight distance down F Street so that traffic that's trying to either turn onto F Street or cross F Street has sight distance to see oncoming vehicles. And we're proposing to increase it in the different quadrants. Up in the upper left quadrant, it's the existing no parking zone is 32 feet, and we're looking at expanding it to 127 feet. In the upper right, it's currently 36 feet, and we're looking at expanding it to 120 feet. In the lower right, it's currently 41 feet, and we're looking at expanding it to 65 feet. And in the lower left, it's currently 72 feet. We're looking at expanding it to 214 feet. What Public Works did when we determined that the no parking zone should be expanded for visibility is we sent letters out to the fronting landowners that would be affected by this and asked for their opinion on whether or not they supported the no parking zones being expanded. And the response that the department received back was unanimous opposition to it. Even though there's unanimous opposition to it, Public Works is bringing it forward because it does improve traffic safety at the intersection and is something that should be discussed. So in addition, Public Works also did notice that there are some operational issues as a result of the refuge island that was constructed on F Street. The lead-in nose on the median projects out into the turning movement for traffic that's on Oak Street, turning onto southbound F Street. And we're looking at removing the nose of that median in order to go ahead and make the turning movement more comfortable. Right now, the turning movement is a bit sharp, and as such, traffic leaving Oak Street needs to proceed slowly in making that turn, and this would allow traffic leaving Oak Street to make that turn at a little bit of a higher speed and clear any oncoming traffic. And then lastly, at some point in the future, we anticipate that a traffic signal is going to be needed there. And at that point, the no parking zones can be reduced to the absolute minimum that's needed for operational efficiency of the intersection. And it would look something of this nature here. The reason for the no parking zones on the southbound side, which would be the left side of the screen, is because the road flares out due to the median refuge island constructed in the middle of it, and the parking lane tapers down to a width that does not allow for vehicles to park without obstructing the travel lanes. So this concludes my presentation.
Okay, Bob, if you wouldn't mind to clear the screen, please. Thank you. Supervisor Bohn.
So I don't know if anybody heard that there was unanimous opposition, and I've heard from all of them. Some of them live there, some of them are rentals. Some of them will have their people parking, as you heard, 40, 50, 60 feet away, 70 and 80 feet away from their front door with their kids, groceries, everything else. And I'm just trying to figure out, and this hasn't been just a 6-month thing. There's accidents there on a weekly basis. They just don't call. I mean, when you call in with a fender bender, everybody skids and nobody gets hurt. They said, could you just exchange, information, and no report is taken. So just so we have, and I think we heard from somebody earlier that lives right there on that corner and has had quite a few people in their front yard. Bob was out there with I was out there a couple of times with Public Works going over this. 3 days after that, I think we had a car on its roof. So, I mean, it's, and I think, Bob, if I'm not right, F Street has now turned in, since the last time we did another traffic study. F Street is now the busiest 2-lane road in all of Humboldt County. Is that right?
I believe it's one of our busiest, if not the busiest.
Okay, and I think there are, the number I heard over the last 8 years is it's gone up almost 35% over the last time. These are the numbers, and these are pretty close to being right on. And that was before we had the 2 additional stoplights put on Broadway. So, and I can tell you, everybody I know that lives in Fortuna and used to work at Humboldt State or in Arcata takes that as a shortcut. Everybody that works in Arcata and works in Fields Landing, Southern Eureka, and everything else takes it as a shortcut. And H&I are great, and it's easy to get there at F Street. You can't get out of the side streets and everything else. So the line of sight is extremely important. But up and down F Street, which is a category, is it a 5 road? It's not a 6, is it?
It'd be a category 6 road.
With parking, on each side, it is a true 2-lane road for sure. The speeds, I think the speed limit average was 38 something, which means a lot of people are doing 30, a lot of people are doing 46. So we have an issue. I am going to vote no on this for the basic reason, can we get a 4-way stop, add 2 more stop signs, which will slow that traffic down till we get the light in, and that will be an incentive to get the light in, because that stop is going to be a pain in the bottom in the evenings when things slow down. But during the day, not just during rush hour, it is a busy, busy, busy street. And the neighbors, I mean, up and down F Street, all the way to, all the way down to Vista and everything else. It's a tough go, and it doesn't widen out till you get about 3 blocks past this intersection, and then it turns into a pretty good road. And this does nothing for speed. And as you said, the island in the middle, that's become a launching pad. I'd love to know how many times we've had to change the warning signs on that. And it gives the kids a false sense of security. The school is probably not really in love with that thing anyway. And it's become, you can't step, because of the drainage, you can't even step where the handicap ADA thing is, because it's probably got 3 inches of mud over it, because that's where all the water settles. So we've got to do a little bit more than just paint some red lines and wait till we get a traffic, because Cutton's traffic light, which was somewhat, good, bad, controversial, was almost 11 years in the making. And there'll be no roundabout there. There's no room, but a stoplight would probably be warranted. That could be triggered by traffic and things like that. But by putting out more, Bob, I agree. The site on F Street heading north or west would make a big difference for a lot of people, but it is not going to slow people down, and it's not going to take cars off the road. So I think we need to really look at this, and a stop sign would be horrendous right there, the stop and go. And I think it would just be an incentive to get the stoplight in sooner, but we have to act on this quicker than later. Because I don't know if there's been any serious injuries. There was 3 days after we were there, that young lady went to the hospital. So and again,
my question,
unanimously opposed.
So my question, stepping off of that, Supervisor Bohn, I'm very familiar with it because I'm one of those ones that goes down there. And can we just go ahead with the stoplight? I mean, are we just not at that level because of the manual?
We're not quite meeting the warrants just yet.
But I mean, we're that close. You said earlier that we're very close. Is there?
Yes. And it's one of those things where we could go ahead, redo our analysis that we did out there and see if we're now meeting that. If there were some additional collisions, then we clearly would be meeting the warrants for a traffic signal at that particular location. The thing that does kick in, once an intersection meets the warrants for a traffic signal, it does allow you to install an always stop as an interim solution while the traffic signal is being constructed. So it does allow for relief to be created through the addition of a stop sign at that location. The difficulty is placing a stop sign or a traffic signal where you're not meeting the warrants that are required by the MUTCD. And I think it's probably been close to 4 months, 5 months since we last looked at it. It certainly couldn't hurt to look at the data again to see if we are now meeting the warrants for a traffic signal. So that's something that Public Works can go ahead and do on that.
So is there any impact related to the shelter in place that might actually skew the numbers? Don't want to do that either.
Well, and it's not a cumulative report, meaning that if we go out and we do a snapshot in time and do the shelter in place, we're finding that conditions are much less than what they were before. That doesn't count against us if we go again in 90 days and look at it then. So each study is an independent study, irregardless of what we happen to measure tomorrow.
Supervisor Bass.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And yeah, I know it's not just a simple process of putting the stop sign up either, even after the warrants, are met. And it takes a while. I mean, I know Supervisor Bohn mentioned something around 11 years. I mean, that intersection off of Fern and Walnut was awful for like a long time. And it took a long time. I think Supervisor Smith was working on that even back in the day. And And I don't know if people understand the cost and where it come, you know, it isn't a simple process that we don't have stop sign or stop lights just laying around in our public works. I don't think, but, you know, so maybe a little more information on, yes, once you hit the warrants, but there's still a process that don't pop up right away. Because I don't want to give people a false sense of, hey, once it hits that, you know, it's going to happen and we're going to be all good, because there is a process. So I just had asked Bob maybe a little bit, you know, what is the general time frame? Maybe Cutton was unusual, but in your estimate, or maybe Supervisor Bohn knows.
The time frame for getting the signals primarily dependent upon finding a funding source for it. Then you probably have about a year time for design. And then once it goes out to bid, in the past, there's been periods where the mast arms are in short supply and they're on back order. And oftentimes there could be substantial delays during the construction process where even though the contractor ordered the poles and arms the day after the job was awarded to them, that those materials don't come in for perhaps 6 months because of short supply on it.
So obviously take a while.
So you can easily be 2 to 3 years out. However, again, once the warrants are met for a traffic control, a stop sign or a traffic light, we can go ahead and put in an always stop. And an always stop is something that could be mobilized within a week.
Supervisor Bohn.
Well, and I think unlike the Cutton operation, Cutton went pretty smooth. It's been 3 years gone now. People were kind of nervous about it, but they got to understand it's triggered by traffic. So the side street, nobody pulls up, it's not going to stop anybody. But so I think that's a big thing to look at. As far as the throw arms, Bob, we'll be glad to know that these would be very short because this isn't a wide road. We have to put that into play. It's a very narrow road. So you're going to probably, if you do it right, probably get by with 2 poles with 2 arms coming off each one. So that the impact there and the underground is really short. So it's not as wide of throw as, I mean, it's probably 25 feet narrower than it was, or 20, which is when you're going underground, it's a big part of that when you're drilling it. So, I mean, it can go up pretty quick. It's just getting to the point of getting it awarded, getting it funded, and getting it going. My thing is I absolutely despise the idea of a 4-way stop there because I think it's going to bottleneck like no tomorrow. But it's also going to put, if it does bottleneck, it's also going to let the people from Fortuna know that the 2 extra stoplights may be the best way to go, and they'll stay on the interstate, you know, the highway, what they're intended to do, and not be going through residential neighborhoods. So the whole idea behind this is the people from the people that need it, the Lombard Hills, Pine Hill, that actually use that process, they will be able to use the road. The people from outside the area, sorry, but it is just not built for the busiest 2-lane road in Humboldt County. And it's just a normal residential road. It was never made to handle this amount of traffic. And the problem is 70 yards away from this is a school. And that's the other aspect we have to look. There is a school there who has a safe routes to school, but it wasn't done very well. So that's created a problem with the island and the relief the island gets. And it's just too damn fast. And I'd love to see, I'd hate to see stop signs, but I'd love to see stop signs. So, man, do I feel like a fence sitter.
Yeah, well, it's down Broadway for us from now on. So how should we proceed with this then? Thank you, Rex. How should we proceed with this? Because this is just one part of the ordinance. Do we want to put some extra language in there?
Just remove it.
Perhaps letting the public chime in.
Oh, yeah. Councilor Billingsley.
And Chair, if the ordinance is going to be changed, the process for introducing it will have to start again.
Okay. All righty. If there's no further discussion at this point, let's go to public comment on this item. Ryan, do we have anybody ready to speak on this?
Chair Fennell, we do.
Okay, so let's have the first speaker speak on this item.
Hello, this is Debbie Hart, and
Hi,
I was
Debbie.
in attendance. Hi, I was in attendance at the recent meeting at Grant School a couple months ago before COVID hit, when we talked about the light going in, and we understood at that time, you know, what it takes to get a light in financially, and you know, with the studies that need to be done. But at that time, there was no conversation about these red stripes and impacting people's ability to park. So, I mean, talk about sitting on the fence. I understand what a pickle that is. But if we're not going to be able to get that light in, we need to get the stop signs in four-way. I know it's going to bottleneck it, but if you can get the stop signs in four-way without painting those curbs, and just maybe even get that bunk project that went in, that, yeah, I mean, it's full of water and mud, and it gets run over all the time. So that didn't really work out that well. So I would ask that we at least get some another stop sign, 2 more in there, so that people can get to the school. That's the high priority, to slow it down so that people can get themselves and their kids to the school, and to slow that traffic down and keep it sane.
Thank you, Debbie. Is there anybody else who'd like to speak on this item?
Chair Fennell, that will conclude public comment.
Thank you very much. So bring it back to the board, Supervisor Wilson, and then Supervisor Bohn.
Well, I mean, if we're going to be rejecting the ordinance today, I would request that staff bring back 2 ordinances, or what, you know, one specific to this and one to everything else, so that we can separate out those conversations, so we can move if we can move the things forward we think we might be able to move forward at the next meeting, or whatever that might be. That'd be really great. I mean, you know, I'm looking at it on Google Earth here. This is just a, you know, a classic situation where a neighborhood street is impacted by traffic external to its space. It's impacted by the you know, the super wide streets that were popular at the time when it was put in. So these streets are made for driving fast. I mean, all around. This one just happens to be, you know, between 2 places where people want to go. If people were going in, you know, I would say that it's probably a problem. You know, having relatively unsafe streets is, this whole neighborhood could use some work in that regard. And the concentration of this one location, I can see where the Safe Routes to Schools made an attempt to put in the island, and it may not have functioned very well. And certainly not every time you apply all these technologies are they always perfect, or do they always work. But you know, it's only in this one spot that you have and what I'm trying to say is there's a systemic issue in terms of what driving is through here. And even if you're coming from Lumbar Hills, you're going to want to be driving fast until you get to the stop sign, and then you're going to want to drive fast beyond that. And so it's just kind of concentrated in this space. I'm not so sure a light is, I mean, is the answer to this location. And also, I mean, I'm always, you know, take into consideration when a neighborhood unanimously doesn't like something that they perceive as to be in the future. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's right or that it's wrong. Sometimes people like things after they're put in. But I would say that I agree with the sentiment that removing parking to create a bigger space where you can see is what we know to be in many cases the opposite of safe. again, people feeling safer in their cars to drive faster decreases safety. And so, and the fact that cars now technologically are just more advanced and drive faster and feel safer at faster speeds for drivers just makes these situations untenable. And so I just would want us to separate out these discussions in the future. I think there's a lot that could be done in this neighborhood. And interestingly enough, there's so much room in there for ADUs. I can see them all over the place in the thing. But I just want to separate these things out. I'm not sure if a stoplight is the solution. I think putting in a 4-way stop as a temporary something to do, I don't think is unreasonable. And assess kind of what happens after that. But again, it's like, once you get past the stop, people are just going to be driving fast before it and after it, and as we talk about more and more development, it's just more and more traffic anyway. We're going to be dealing with it more and more. So that's what I have to say.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone.
Yeah, I don't have my speakers on. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Yeah. So, you know, it seems to me we're talking about off-site impacts of adding traffic lights and other features to Highway 101 to Eureka. And I'm just curious, Bob, you know, when the city adds more stoplights and does these things with Caltrans in that area, and it shunts all of this traffic off into neighborhoods, is that considered in the environmental permitting? And where is the mitigation for that? I don't know. It just seems to me like we're getting the offsite impacts in the county. But you know, I'm naive. I don't know enough about the issue.
Okay, so I know that Supervisor Bohn wants to talk too. So
Yeah, I was probably in a half a dozen meetings or more where this has been brought up. As they add more development on Broadway and more stoplights, I asked, what are we doing about our arterial streets? And it was beat to death. It was beat to death. And they didn't think the impact was extreme. It was not enough to offset what it was going to do for the safety on Broadway. So I did not get much satisfaction. As far as unanimous opposition, we had a public meeting at Grant School, and like Debbie says, she was there. There was quite a few. All the neighbors that lived there were there. It wasn't as robust as you would like, but there was still a very good group of people of immediate neighbors. I went around and handed out flyers and got a lot of phone calls. People, and I don't think it's going to be a drag strip scenario where they drive like hell and get to the stop sign, stop, and then they see what they can do the next 100 yards in. I think stop signs slow people down because they know they're coming, and I think people are very aware. At least I'm really aware about how to drive, and because it uses gas. So if you go slow and steady saves the tank. So I don't think they're going to speed up and go. And in all honesty, I don't think it's the people from Lombard Hills that are the issue. Their kids go to Grant School. Their kids go to that school. Their kids play with those kids that are on their bikes and wanting to go there. They're very aware of that. And I think they're very cognizant of this is their neighborhood. What I'm doing is the person that's drinking their coffee, maybe putting on his or her makeup on the way, taking the shortcut to save a little bit of time to get to Arcata, missing the streetlights and the congestion of downtown Eureka. Now, I can tell you right now, they're probably all going through downtown Eureka because there's no congestion in the mornings like there used to be. But with that being said, it's going to come back, and warrants, whatever the case may be, I'd love to put a sign that says, if you get in an accident here, report it, so the warrants would actually be, but there's so many accidents there that don't get reported. So the neighbors were unanimously, and Mike is the sign, the giving more site does not include they're doing them on to F streets from a stop go off of Oak. They can't see down the street to see if it's or not. It's not so the cars coming down F can go faster. They've got a pretty good line of sight. So just a clarification there. This is just so people do not, to pull out now onto F Street and southbound on F from Oak you have to go, what, Bob, 6-8 foot past the stop line? And if we take this down to the 120, whatever he's gonna do, you're still gonna have to go 3 to 4 feet because there's a telephone pole and everything else there. So I don't like stop signs because I think it's gonna become a bottleneck, but I think it's gonna be enough to light the trigger that we push the light faster.
Thank you. And there was a question for you, Bob, from Supervisor Madrone, and then we'll go to Supervisor Wilson.
All right. Supervisor Madrone was asking about the effect of adding signals elsewhere within a network and what effect that has on our network and how that analysis is brought into the permitting and the decision-making for those sorts of signals. One of the things that was done years ago, and this was through Humboldt County Association of Governments, was grant funding to establish a Greater Eureka traffic model, which is jointly maintained by Caltrans, the County of Humboldt, and the City of Eureka. And it has been calibrated, and it allows these sorts of options to be put into it, meaning that if you wanted to propose a traffic signal at the In-N-Out Burger, you could see how traffic would divert and perhaps use other roads as a result of adding that in there. It allows for modeling of other considerations, such as removing the little Fairfield leg from intersecting the Wabash intersection. It also allows for modeling of adding a cutlet onto just south of Broadway. That should be just west of Broadway at that point. So there's a lot of different things this tool could be done for to go ahead and see what the impact would be as you add traffic control devices or change the way the traffic flows, and you can see the impact that it has on other intersections. And that's something that Caltrans is supposed to be doing as part of their CEQA document when they're putting a project in.
Supervisor Bass. Oh, okay.
All right, somebody else.
Okay, great. So Supervisor Wilson.
I mean, I just, it's interesting that we talk about, you know, the city of Eureka and what they're doing on Broadway and its impact in this neighborhood, but I just have to remind us that we approved an EIR for our general plan where we had overriding considerations because there was an unmitigated impact due to potential developments to the south of us because of our expansion of residential development on ag and resource lands, and that was going, and in our calculations for the EIR, it was going to have impacts to traffic coming from the south into Eureka to increase it above mitigated levels, and then we approved overriding considerations as part of that. So we also own a bit of this, you know, and as it moves into the future. Just saying, future, our how we plan our communities has impacts on the communities that the people roll through, and that's all. I'm looking forward to having this as a separate discussion to the other stuff in the future, and I do think that our staff will come up with some good ideas, and I do really appreciate Supervisor Bohn really, you know, advocating for his community in this regard. I think this is a space where there's some good work can be done.
So on the issue of this ordinance, then, I think it's really important to note that there's a lot of other things included in the ordinance. And so I'm wondering if, Bob, we could separate the two out and bring everything else back as an ordinance ASAP. I mean, that seems to me that I don't know what the removal of that would do in real terms, but I guess you just go through the whole noticing process just to take one item out, and maybe that's a question for Councilor Billingsley. How quickly can we do this, Jefferson?
Well, that's probably best answered by Bob. I would think taking out the certain provisions wouldn't take very long, but there is the summary, the pre and post summary that have to be prepared. I don't think it should take very long.
when we look at the documentation we have on file to go through and edit the document, we would probably be able to get it at the earliest on the agenda in 2 weeks on the 16th to be able to go ahead and bring back the non-controversial portion of it. And then depending upon what the board wishes to do with F and Oak Street, that's going to be time dependent upon how this conversation unfolds with that. I do want to ask Jefferson, is it feasible for the board to approve this agenda item accepting the parking prohibitions on F Street, or do we need to go back and essentially start from scratch with a brand new ordinance?
Through the chair, if the board wants to approve it as currently written, they can do that with direction to come back for further action. But if it's going to be changed, the process will have to start again.
Okay.
Supervisor Bohn?
And Bob, just out of clarification, minus F Street, I know there's a lot of stuff here, but isn't all this stuff done? Aren't we just cleaning up a bunch of stuff that we don't have in the books?
That's correct. There are a bunch of stop signs.
None of these are new stop signs or anything, right?
It's all cleanup stuff from stop signs being constructed in Shelter Cove that never had an ordinance behind it. And as we're going through and finding things that haven't been properly codified, we're going through and getting all the stuff cleaned up so that when law enforcement issues citations, that it's backed up by an ordinance.
So we just basically opened up anybody that has a traffic ticket on any of these stop signs. We just gave you an out for another 2 weeks. Sorry. I'm just saying, so we can't just, and this goes to Billingsley, we just can't back out Oak and F because it's written up kind of separate.
No, through the chair, because it's been prepared and noticed in a certain way, and now it's different.
Okay. So then let's just.
I make a motion, we bring it back in 2 weeks without Oak and F in there with staff looking at 4 horrendous stop signs that are needed with the idea that we're going to follow through, look at the warrants, and look at a stoplight.
I'll second that.
And send it for, yeah.
You're basically saying bring back 2 separate ordinances. So yeah.
But bring back this one in 2 weeks.
I want to make sure that the stop signs are horrendous as described.
It's big and ugly.
For somebody that drives it every day, multiple times, it is going to be very inconvenient, but no more inconvenient than somebody that has to go to the hospital or worse.
Okay, so we have an interesting motion, and I think it captures the thing. Yes, Bob.
All right. It'll be easy to go ahead and separate out the ordinance, to separate out the routine stuff that's non-controversial. As far as F and Oak Street goes, I'm not sure what I'll be able to go ahead and present back within 2 weeks. If we can keep that part of the motion, that Public Works will report back with further analysis on it. It could be an ordinance, or it could just be a status report, depending upon what we're able to go ahead and determine.
That sounds good. That sounds right. Okay. Are we clear on that? Are you okay on that, Ryan? Do you want to read back what the motion says?
I honestly need a little bit more clarification. My understanding right now is it was to direct staff to bring back this item in 2 weeks, and then we added in two separate ordinances.
So I think that if I might try to help here a little bit, basically the direction is to bring back this ordinance minus the F and Oak Street item in 2 weeks.
Okay.
And then direct staff to come back with a status report on F and Oak at a later date.
Sounds fine to me. I don't know if the motion maker is fine with that.
We can put in ugly signs if you want.
Yeah. I'll put up my own signs. Yeah.
Okay, all righty. So we have a motion and a second, and we took public comments. So I'll go to Ryan for a roll call vote.
Okay. Supervisor Bohn?
Yep.
Supervisor Bass?
Yes.
Supervisor Wilson?
Yep.
Supervisor Madrone?
Yes.
And Supervisor Fennell?
Yes.
Passes 5-0.
Thank you, Ryan. So we have one final matter here today, and this is a presentation from County Council on a status update regarding Ordinance 2642. So we'll go to Council Billingsley.
Thank you, Chair. On May 5th, your board adopted Ordinance 2642, and that placed limits and established a defense on certain residential evictions. The term of that ordinance ended on May 31st. However, it also had a 90-day payback period. So anyone that's within the terms of that ordinance could still be within that 90-day payback period. You did ask for a status update in 1 month's time, so this was the closest meeting. Enforcement of the issue is really between the landlords and the tenants. The county isn't really involved. I reached out to Legal Services of Northern California and invited their comments. And on my office's behalf, the CAO reached out to the Humboldt County Association of Realtors because I know they commented in the past. And I hope they're here to comment today because that's really the input we will have. There have, I go in a little bit. There has been a lot of action on the state level. There's a lot of proposed legislation out there right now. A few of them, SB 939 would deal with commercial evictions. AB 828 would be a moratorium on residential foreclosures and unlawful detainers. SB 1410 is a rental assistance program. AB 2501 is a kind of a joint program where everyone works together to resolve rents. There may be more. That's at the time of the writing. And also after this was published, later that day on Friday, the governor issued a new executive order which extends for 2 months some of the previous eviction protections that were cited when the original ordinance was passed. The only other thing that's in place right now is the judicial council rules are still in place, which put a freeze on all summons and unlawful detainer actions for a period from 90 days after the ending of the executive order. So I'm hoping we have public comments to weigh on this issue because my office doesn't really know how many people are utilizing this or what the issues have been.
Thank you, Council Billingsley. Do we want any discussion before we go to public comment? Okay, Ryan, do we have public comment on this issue?
We don't, we do. We have one public commenter.
Thank you. My caller, welcome.
Estelle Kent-Sawatsky, I just tried to reach out to the realtors to get them to make a comment on that. I can't comment for them. I'll comment personally as far as what I believe a lot of us in the position being a landlord are. I did not hear of anybody as far as the tenant goes in the county's portion, in other words, in the non-municipalities, availing themselves of the process that you had that it's basically sunsetted on May 31st. So I'm curious if anybody else has had that happen. So as far as I can tell, reading this, as far as what I interpreted from what your county council said, that item is done. And if there are people in the queue who have filed it, then that would be the only people that would be protected by this as far as that particular part. I personally wish, would recommend that we don't do this again, that we basically even consider repealing what we have here and just let the legislature be the tip of the spear on this one. The language that was developed there, in my opinion, a lot of it was vague, probably unenforceable. And it has brought some contention out there amongst some landlords and tenants. I look at it as being a landlord, in case this happens again, I have some tenants that I would be consider selling the house or something like that. And during the period here, when it's allowed, I may be considering giving them notice when I normally wouldn't, just because of this kind of thing. That's maybe an unintended consequence, but a landlord has to look at it from those viewpoints. So in these cases, I really think we should have, and we should just go ahead and go with what the governor is and setting up, or the legislature, or those people, because they lead the thing here. But that's just my opinion. Hopefully you'll get some other comments from some other people who are landlords or the realtors or something. Unfortunately, it's so late in the evening here, late in the day. It's what, 4:45, and I'm sure a lot of people called their day done already. You wouldn't expect this one meeting to have gone so long. But that's my input. I did, just as far as clarification, also something about coming back in 2 weeks. Do we not have a meeting next week? Is that correct? Or it just took 2 weeks for them to bring this back to you on this prior topic? Thank you for my opportunity to speak on this very important issue.
Thank you, Kent. Any further comment on this item?
Chair Fennell, that concludes public comment for this item.
Thank you. Well, there you have it, Councilor Billingsley. So it seems to me that the objections brought up in the attached letter dealt a lot with whether or not we had the right to do this. And now that the governor has extended the order up until the end of July, which is additional 60 days, we're basically talking about 30 days. What is the situation with that? Do you have any thoughts?
Chair, I put in the staff report the references to the board's general authority to pass this type of ordinance. One of the objections to the letter was tied to the governor's order. So obviously the governor expanding that order for 60 days does relate to that. And there's a decent possibility at the end of 60 days, if we're in a similar situation, that it may be extended again.
Okay. And other than that, there are other laws that and provisions that allow it as well. Supervisor Madrone.
Thank you, Madam Chair. What I'm hearing from tenants and landlords is that, exactly as Supervisor Bohn said, most people are working it out. And it's really good to see that. I think we've got a great community that way, both in regards to tenants and landlords. And I just want to reiterate to those tenants out there that think they can get a free ride off this. I'm not a lawyer, but my reading of the ordinance is that you have to continue to provide evidence that you don't have the income due to COVID. And if you start getting your unemployment, you get your surplus check, you certainly probably have the ability to start paying rent again. And so I encourage people to treat this protection that was put in place responsibly and pay their rent when they have that money and continue to provide that evidence to their landlord, which I believe they're required to do. So, I personally tried very hard to balance protecting landlords' rights as well as tenants' rights. And what I'm hearing is that it's working pretty well out there. People are generally communicating and not even having to use the ordinance in any way. So I appreciate the community responding in a responsible way. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Madrone. Supervisor Bohn.
Yeah, I think somebody thinks that since somebody owns something and they're renting it to somebody, they're a bad person. And I know 3 or 4 give their December rent, usually most of the time. If you've been good the last 11 months, they'll give it to you for Christmas because they're in good enough shape to do it. Because nobody wants, I'll tell you what, a landlord, the biggest thing, like a big game hunter, the first thing he wants to do when he's talking to other landlords, he says, she's been in that unit for 22 years. That's a big deal. And you can't find, because we're going to have close to 800 empty units, 800 empty units in Arcata. And I mean, there's, right now everybody's going to try to keep everybody they can, depending what the Humboldt State does, College of the Redwoods does, and down the line. I think the state is running with this, good, bad, or indifferent. And I just think to put something on out there, I think we let this run its course and let the state, I know in the emergency order, it gives us police, it gives us a lot of leeway when we have an emergency health order. I don't know if it gives us this much leeway to other than police powers and things like that. And I'm still, that wasn't explained in the worksheet for me. So I just said, can we just let this thing run out, and we'll hope to, jump on the state's bandwagon, and we won't have to read any more threats of lawsuits from anybody, and our county council staff can take care of all the other appeals that we hear they have a lot of, and we can just move on, and hopefully the good actors will still be good actors. I said it earlier and I'll say it again. We need to get the word out there that this isn't a free ride. You have to, because that's the biggest thing. And I said it earlier, is there are people saying, I don't have to pay you my rent for 3 months. And they just drop it at that. They drop it just at that. That's what they heard. They heard you can have a cookie if you do your homework. The kid never hears the homework part. He thinks he's just getting a cookie. So, there is a way around it. And like Supervisor Madrone said, 98% of the landlords, or 95% of the landlords are working well with their people. And my hat's off to them. The other ones, we all know who they are, and they'll get their just due anyway. So I don't know why we need to go any farther.
Well, I think that basically this is a status update. What people have been working with it, as both supervisors said, and this just gives people an ability to make their payments as they've made those agreements. Doesn't give them any extra agreements past the July 28th date. Or actually the original one, yeah, May, the end of May. Okay, so any further discussion on this? Great, well, thank you very much for that update, Council Billingsley. And with that, that is the last order of business today. We are adjourned. We did it before 5 o'clock.
What if we don't want to go?
Hang